Good evening. I'm going to call the Oxnard City Council meeting for September 17 to order. Madam Clerk, roll call and posting of the agenda.
Councilmember Basua,
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Here.
Councilmember Perillo,
Here.
Councilmember Tehran,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Here.
Posting of the agenda. The agenda for this meeting was posted in City Hall Bulletin Board on September 5th, 2024. Thank you.
And Madam Clerk, Councilman Valenzuela is going to join us later on for probably the appointment item. Okay, then we have item B. We have any speakers on this item, Madam Clerk?
We do not have any speakers for closed session. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, we're going to item C, and Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 Subdivision D2. Based on existing facts and circumstances, there is significant exposure to litigation against the city in two potential cases. The first potential case against the city involves a demand to release funds withheld by the city on the Community Park East restroom remodel project pursuant to stop payment notices filed by FAMCOM, a material supplier or subcontractor that provided plumbing fixtures for the project. The second potential case against the city is related to a remediation order from the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board to the city regarding a release of chemicals at property located at 1060 Pacific Avenue. The City Council will also recess to closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 Subdivision D4, based on existing facts and circumstances, to decide whether to initiate litigation in one potential case. And finally, item C1 on the closed session agenda regarding existing litigation has been pulled from the agenda.
Thank you. So then we're going to go to a closed session. We'll be back for the appointment item, potentially around 5. back from closed session. And Mr. City Attorney, any reports out of closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. The council, by a unanimous vote, has directed the city attorney to initiate an action. The action, the defendants, and the other particulars shall, once unsealed, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry, unless to do so would jeopardize the city's ability to effectuate service of process on one or more unserved parties, or that to do so would jeopardize its ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations to its advantage.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Our next item is item D. This is an appointment item, Public Works Department. Subject is water workshop. Recommendation, the City Council hold a water workshop. The Public Works and Transportation Committee approved this item 3-0 on July 23rd, 2024. And for those people that don't know or did know, there was a Measure M presentation recorded item, and we have Mr. Michael Wolf.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. Several months ago, we had a request from one of our committee members, our Public Works and Transportation Committee member, request a discussion about the very complex world that is water for not only Oxnard, but Ventura County. And so as part of that, staff brought forward a recommendation for an outline for a workshop that went through the committee and it went through the council, and we recommended today to be the date for that. So as part of that, the council has heard me discuss at length lots of issues associated with water, the complexities of it, the scarcity of it, the reliability of it, and almost as important, the cost of it. And so instead of me repeating some of those things and me droning on about the importance of water, I felt it was appropriate to have staff members from the other agencies that we work with. And so these are agencies, local agencies and regional agencies that are connected in terms of the water world with Oxnard. And so they were kind enough to accept our invitation. So we have folks from Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency and folks from United and folks from Cayugas. And so I feel like this will be a good opportunity for them to provide information about what those agencies do and how they interact with the city of Oxnard, and then we can have questions. The request is potentially to hold the questions to the end, but obviously if there's clarifications, please do so. Each of the agencies are going to give their own presentation, and they will probably have a good half hour to 45 minutes left to actually ask questions. What I'd like to do now is, if Diego's ready, if he can tee up.
Michael, before we continue, I do have one speaker, and I want to find out if the speaker wants to speak after, or Mr. Steve Nash, you want to speak after the presentations or before? After, please, Mayor. After? Okay, then go ahead and continue.
Thank you, Mayor. So what I'd like to do to start this, to sort of get the juices flowing, if you will, we have about a 6-minute video, and the council has seen this before, so Diego's teeing that up. It's the video of our city operations and how we interact with these agencies. So if Diego, would you play that, please?
Oxnard water, clean, safe, reliable. It's so essential to life, we barely give it a second thought. We just turn on the faucet and there it is. Do you ever wonder where all that water comes from?
Welcome to the Oxnard Water Campus. I'm Omar Castro, the Water Division Manager for the City of Oxnard, and I'm here to give you a behind-the-scenes look at the Water Division and how we bring safe and reliable drinking water to our customers. In short, it's a process of capturing raw water from the environment, cleaning it to a drinking water standard, and distributing it to you. Now, the process may sound easy enough, but it actually requires a lot of science, physics, chemistry, technical knowledge, and the mechanical skills to provide you with these essential resources. The Oxnard City Council realized early on that the city needed a game plan to always make sure we have a safe and reliable source of drinking water, especially when you consider the major challenges caused by the amount of water we use, the repeated droughts, climate change, and other environmental factors. Our highly trained staff and state-certified technicians and operators are here for you 24/7 to provide quality service to our customers every day of the year, and that's our highest priority. I'm Abraham Maldonado, Water Resources Manager. The Water Division supplies about 25 million gallons of water a day to serve our customers. That includes Oxnard's more than 200,000 residents, plus schools, parks, hospitals, businesses, as well as some nearby agricultural customers. In order to meet all these needs, Oxnard gets its raw water supplies from different sources. Some of our imported surface water comes from snowmelt in Northern California's Sierra Nevada mountains. It travels over 500 miles through the State Water Project's massive system of engineered reservoirs, pipes, pumps, and other infrastructure. This precious water supply is shared by millions of people in California. The amount we get is limited and also very expensive. Our other sources of water come from local groundwater supplies pumped out of the naturally occurring aquifers in Oxnard and surrounding areas. This groundwater is locally managed, so it's easier to access and less costly than imported water. But this limited source is also regulated to control the amount of water pumped from the Oxnard Basin. The imported water source is blended with local groundwater supplies to ensure a safe and reliable water supply.
I'm Chris Payton, and I manage operations here at Oxnard Water. Our highly trained and certified staff are responsible for pumping groundwater, regulating flows, and treating and blending water supplies. Here in Oxnard, some of the groundwater we pump out of the local aquifer is very high in minerals and salts. After the groundwater is pumped out of the wells, it's pre-treated and sent to the groundwater desalter. The desalter uses reverse osmosis to produce ultra-pure water, which is then blended with other city water sources. After additional treatment and disinfection, the blended water goes through extensive sampling and testing.
I'm Richard Maria, Water Regulatory Compliance Coordinator. Our team ensures that Oxnard's water quality meets or exceeds all federal, state, and local drinking water regulations. In fact, many of the regulations that we are required to follow are actually more stringent than those for bottled water. We conduct more than 3,700 water sample tests each year for about 300 different constituents and are required to report this information to the State Water Board's Division of Drinking Water. Testing is done through a combination of in-house and third-party laboratories. Each year, the Water Division is required to provide an annual water quality report in compliance with federal and state regulations. The report is available to the public on the city's website.
I'm John Ammons, Water Distribution Senior. Our team is responsible for delivering high-quality drinking water from our treatment facilities to you through an extensive distribution system. We provide 24/7 emergency response for customer emergency shutoffs, leaks, water main breaks, and other emergencies. We also install, maintain, and replace water mains, valves, pumps, and other essential equipment. Maintenance is really important because it helps keep our equipment and infrastructure working well and for longer.
Metering staff reads and records the amount of water used by over 40,000 customers each month. I'm Melissa Slade, Senior Meter Reader. The information captured by our automatic meter reading system is used for utility billing and can help you monitor your own water usage. It is also one of the many tools that help the city comply with state water conservation mandates. In addition to meter reading, our team is responsible for responding to customer calls about leaks, historical water use, or other customer concerns.
With your help, the City of Oxnard is poised to meet water supply challenges and lead the way to a sustainable future. I'm Megan Schneider, the city's Water Conservation and Outreach Supervisor. Being water-wise is one of the best ways to help make sure we have enough water to meet our essential needs. Your ongoing efforts, like taking shorter showers, replacing older appliances with high-efficiency models, checking and fixing leaks, and planting California-friendly gardens all make a big impact in conserving water. If you're looking for more ways to save water, energy, and money, check out oxnardwater.org. Remember, conservation is an Oxnard way of life, and adopting water-saving strategies helps preserve this precious resource for years to come.
Thank you, Michael. This is great. Telling Omar and staff, that's excellent presentation.
So that's a little foreshadowing
Hello,
for what's
Mayor.
going to come.
Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, this is Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works.
There's two of us somewhere. Yeah, get more done that way. Yeah, so I think it's a good way to tee it up. If you noticed in that video, references to some of the folks, the agencies that are going to speak, that'll speak tonight. And despite the fact that Callegas took our employee that was on that video, we invited Callegas to this meeting.
They're here.
So with that, I think now is a good opportunity to bring some of the staff members up from the other agencies. And the way we're going to go in the order is I ask them to have Fox Canyon come up first. So we have Arnie from Fox Canyon. He'll introduce himself, and then Callegas will go second, and then we'll have United after that. So if I can bring up Arnie.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor Zaragoza, council members. Arnie Anselm, I'm the interim executive officer for Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency. I want to thank you for the opportunity here to discuss a little about what we do, why we do it, and also thank yourself for being a past alternate director, I believe, for
That's
Fox
right.
Canyon, and Council Member Bert Perello is one of our current alternate members. I do have a PowerPoint presentation. Do I start clicking? Okay, there
It is.
I'll just jump right into it. So Fox Canyon has a board of directors. It's made up of 4 elected positions. Wait, let me back up one. Click. I thought. Okay. I just made this today, so every next slide's going to surprise me. We've got four elected positions: a county supervisor, a United Water Conservation director, a city council member, and then a municipal water district board member, and then one agriculture representative that's appointed by the Farm Bureau and the Ag Commission. The jurisdiction of Fox Canyon, I like to say, is the flat areas of Ventura County between Santa Clara River and the Conejo Mountains. You can see it is a lot of Oxnard is right there, and it's in fact called the Oxnard Subbasin of the Santa Clara Valley groundwater basin. We manage 3 of those basins almost completely: Oxnard, Pleasant Valley, and Las Posas, and then a sliver of the Arroyo Santa Rosa Valley Basin. I want to pause here on this map. The red line is actually our jurisdictional boundary. The blue areas are the groundwater basins, and you can see they don't align at all. Department of Water Resources is the one who developed the groundwater basin boundaries. Nobody paid attention to those at all when they were developed, I think, in the 70s and 80s. They didn't become an actual boundary of governance until SGMA. And I'll go into a little more detail about the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, but that's created a little discontinuity between our agency and the boundaries, and so we partnered with the county and Camarosa Water District to cover all those other areas as well. So where does the water come from, and how is it used in the Oxnard and Pleasant Valley basins? So on the left-hand side are the sources of water, and a good chunk of it is groundwater, by far the most significant portion. A bit of imported water, and you'll hear about where that comes from later today. Some surface water deliveries, those come straight off the Santa Clara River. Spreading, you'll hear about how that operation works as well from United Water and the surface water. And then a sliver of recycled water. And my understanding, I think that's entirely what the city of Oxnard is doing here. How it's used is agriculture is our significant water user in the basin. M&I, that stands for municipal and industrial uses. That'd be the city of Oxnard use and the other cities, Camarillo, Moorpark. And then spreading, that is kind of double counting there, the spreading that United does to recharge groundwater. So the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency was created in 1982 to solve a seawater intrusion problem. Now these maps are only a couple years old, showing the seawater intrusion. It's still there. It's still a problem. So despite our efforts over the last 40 years, there's still seawater intrusion and saltwater is still migrating inland. The census scale there, you can see Magoo, and you can see Channel Islands Harbor. It goes far inland. It goes to the Camarillo Airport, and that's due to significant pumping by agriculture. Let me just say, all the wells inland in that area have created a depression. They've lowered the seawater levels below seawater, and water will flow downhill. So it's coming from the ocean into those areas, and that creates a water quality problem. It creates problems for crops, creates problems for drinking water, and that has been our primary mission is to solve that since the 80s. But the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act created new challenges for us. I'll get into Sustainable Groundwater Act in a minute. Let me talk about how we are funded. We're funded through pump fees. So we do not have any regulatory actions to water rights. Water rights can only be determined by a court. So our tools for managing water are to measure it and to regulate it. And so by requiring meters, by requiring the reporting of water usage, and then our charges are essentially just for our operations until it gets to the penalty phase. So we have a basic $6 an acre foot. An acre foot is the quantity of water that we use to measure. So it's a significant amount. Imagine an acre, 1 foot deep of water. $6 an acre foot, that was our initial assessment by legislation that created us. Actually, the initial one was $2 an acre foot, so it's tripled over the 40 years, probably right in line with inflation. But because of SGMA, we needed to develop funds to develop our sustained water management plans. So that's the $29 on top of that. And then, forgive the acronym, I don't even know what it stands for, our GEMS fee, that is for litigation. We've undergone a lot of litigation in the last few years. So the price of water is $55 an acre foot. And you heard in the video that groundwater is the cheapest source of water available compared to what imported water is. And if you go to the second table on that slide, our surcharge rates. So we measure water, we have people report it, and there's an allocation. It caps how much they can use before paying a penalty. That's the other tool we have to manage the groundwater resource. Our surcharge rates are pegged, not pegged, but we align them with what Callegas charges for not the first water they deliver, but it gets confusing. Their tier 2 is our tier 1, but it's aligned with what they charge at some point for water they deliver, which is close to $2,000 an acre foot. That's a significant penalty for a groundwater pumper. So have we been successful, or what successes can we show? So this chart shows the measured water use in the Fox Canyon groundwater management area since 1982. You can see as we first started measuring, it ramped up really fast because people started reporting. The beige stripes are droughts. Those are significant drought years. And what I find interesting here is that pumping didn't always increase during droughts, and it didn't always stay high. That there were some significant drops during droughts when water was scarce coming from the surface. So each one of those are associated with an ordinance, either to measure, to report, or some new impact that we engage. So it's some success there in controlling the pumping. And here's just a view of the drastic wild swings of climate we have here in terms of weather. We have that dotted line is the average rainfall, and very few years are average. We're either double above or half below, and we've had some significant drought years in recent history. And that's one of our biggest challenges is when there is water, we have to do our best to capture it. And you'll hear more about other agencies working on that. So I've mentioned SGMA a couple times. That's the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. And SGMA requires, well, let me back up. It became effective in 2015. It's a state requirement, state legislation. It requires basins to obtain sustainable management by 2040. And sustainable management doesn't just mean the amount of water coming in equals the amount of water going out in any year. Most simply put, I would say it's that there is enough reserves in the basin to weather a significant drought without undesirable results. And I've got a slide on what they mean by undesirable results. So the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act requires basins management, GSAs, groundwater sustainability agencies, those that manage the basins, and Fox Canyon is the automatic GSA for our basins, to develop groundwater sustainability plans. So these plans they're very technical about all the details we know about a basin, about all the ins and outs of water going in the basin and going out, how it's reused on the surface, if it's going to trickle back down into the basin, everything we know goes into a model. And through that, we try to plan to achieve sustainability with all the identified projects that we're aware of, that we know enough about to include in the model. Even if we don't know enough, we put it in the plan so we can call back on it as we learn more. It's reviewed and updated every 5 years. So the first one was submitted in 2020. Our next one is due in January of 2025. The drafts of that evaluation are out right now, and public comment closes on October 7th. So if anybody has any questions how to learn more about those, please see me after this. So I mentioned sustainability indicators. So for us in this area, seawater intrusion is by far the biggest problem that we're trying to solve. And we've learned that if we can address seawater intrusion, we're addressing all the other possible problems. And they're listed here, and these are straight out of the legislation. Lowering of groundwater elevations, that means there's not as much water there. The groundwater in storage, that's making sure you have enough stored to get through the next drought cycle. Seawater intrusion, that's kind of self-explanatory. Quality kind of goes hand in hand with seawater intrusion, but it also could be nitrates. It could be something due to agricultural operations on the surface or septic systems. And then land subsidence. This is a significant problem in the Central Valley. When so much water is pulled out from under the ground actually starts to settle and can settle significantly and damage infrastructure on the surface. And then the last one, interconnected surface water and groundwater. It's the protection of groundwater-dependent ecosystems. So plants along a riverine area to make sure there's enough water left to keep those plants and the habitat they provide sustainable. But for us in the Oxnard Basin, Pleasant Valley Basin, addressing seawater intrusion addresses all 6 of those. So I mentioned it's complicated. I'm not going to go into any details here on this slide, but if you start on the right-hand side, you see the blue lines crossing the Oxnard Basin. Those, if you picture that like a knife went through and cut that like a cake, that's what you're seeing on the left-hand side. And so you see the slice of the cake and all those layers on that corner, how there are, it's just not one big bathtub of water under there. It's not big caverns of water. It's layers of clay and sand and clay and sand. And then some areas of really nice gravel where the groundwater really is. And every well that gets drilled tells a story of what's happening in that area. And so we're drilling new monitoring wells now to understand more, but there's always a need for more information of what's going on under the surface. So our groundwater sustainability plans, that's GSP, we're undergoing the required evaluation and aiming for a January submittal. And this is the timeline of that process that started over a year ago. And right now, we just had our public workshops last week. They're open for public comment. Comments are due October 7th. And we have a deadline in January that we cannot miss. We're hoping to get them to our board in early December for adoption. Oops, wrong direction. So the sustainable groundwater, keep saying that backwards, groundwater sustainability plans, they don't stand alone on a shelf. They need to be implemented. We will not achieve sustainability simply by writing plans. They require actions, and those actions are management actions, which could be water markets, measuring water, anything to do with how the water is used on the surface. Supply projects, certainly Oxnard has some great ideas on supply, so does United, so does Callegas, and then demand reductions. And that's the one tool that we would rather not use is any reductions or caps on use of groundwater It's costly to the economy. We would much rather, if there's expenses, put it on the supply side so everybody still has the water they need. But there was always going to be this constant do loop of more information, more study, more information, more study, and refinement as we work our way to sustainability in 2040. So this timeline is kind of the whole arc of sustainability and the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency. So on the left-hand side, we started in 1982. Some ordinances were adopted along the way, and this is certainly not to scale. In 2015, SGMA, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, was adopted. So we went on that track of sustainability, got our first plans submitted. We are now probably at the beginning of the blue arrow there, getting our update to our plans in 2025, but we have to hit the target of sustainable management by 2040. And the challenges along the way, we've done all the easy stuff. There's no low-hanging fruit. Nobody's wasting water out there. All the water users that I've met and worked with are very sophisticated, and I've already taken early actions. But the bottom line is we're using more groundwater than we have. There are uncertainties in the future due to climate, especially flows in the Santa Clara River, which is a huge supply to our groundwater, and availability of imported state water. As you saw in your earlier presentation, you've got both sources here. That's great. Have a diverse portfolio. Worst case scenario is what we just experienced, where there's a drought in Northern California and a drought here in Ventura County. All those uncertainties certainly create challenges. And then the projects that will help us achieve sustainability, there's a lot of uncertainties there. How much are they going to cost? Are they going to be feasible to implement? Are there going to be environmental impacts that we are not aware of in the permitting? And everybody who works with projects know the life of a project is long and arduous, and funding. It's going to cost a lot to get the projects we need. But I don't want to be all bad news. There's the opportunities there are significant too. We've got a lot of good ideas, a lot of creativity on the water supply projects. There are mitigation projects. You'll hear about the United's mitigation project. If we can stop the problem of seawater intrusion, then we can get around making drastic cuts. And then infrastructure projects would be moving water around on the surface. Our analysis has shown we can increase sustainable yield simply by using water from better locations in the basin. Now, pipelines are expensive, but it might be a very cost-effective way to improve yield. And then management actions I touched on earlier. Definitely listening to all the stakeholders and getting a lot of engagement, getting their ideas and what they're willing to do. And regional partnerships, the group you have presenting here is definitely a good chunk of the regional partnerships that we need to work together, but there's a lot of mutual water companies, there are a lot of growers, the pumpers as well. We need to all work together. We can't continue to fight for our own little slice of water because we're all straws in that same bucket. So the more we work together, the better the economical outcomes will be. And then the last one there, extraction reductions, that's the one that's least favorable. And I can't stop without one boast of the $15.2 million that the Fox Canyon Groundwater Agency has brought to the basins here for projects that need to be completed this December. So that's a significant investment in improving our understanding and moving water around on the basins. So I'm happy to answer a question now, but I think you'd like to go.
Thank you, Arnie, but I think we want to wait till all the presentations. Yeah. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, unless there's a clarification question you want to ask, but I think we should make sure we get through all the presentations first.
Then we got Callegas is coming up. Okay.
Yeah, so Diego, if you can key up Callegas' presentation. So we'll bring up, are you going to come up first? We're going to bring up Christine from Callegas and she'll introduce herself and her staff.
Thanks, Michael. Good evening. I'm Christine McCaffrey. I'm the general manager at Callegas.
Welcome.
My second opportunity.
That's right.
To
Thank
speak
you.
to your council.
Welcome again.
Thank you. It was a great experience last time, so happy to repeat it. Good evening.
And my apologies, because Arnie, I haven't seen Arnie for quite a while, so welcome too.
So I'm going to give you some kind of a brief overview of who Cayugas is. That was touched on a little bit in the video, also a little bit of what I talked about last time I was here. And then I'm going to turn over to my colleague, Ian Pritchard, our Deputy General Manager, to talk a little bit about some of the projects we're working on and opportunities for collaboration. So there we go. There's my presentation. There's a lovely photo of Lake Bard at sunrise at our facility. So, oops. All right, so who is Cayugas? Well, we are an imported water wholesaler, primarily of State Water Project water. We serve 19 water agencies, of which Oxnard is one, and serve about 640,000 people in our portion of the county, which is the yellow part on the little map there of Ventura County. We were formed in 1953 by local communities to develop supplemental water supplies. Prior to that, Ventura County was, at least in our part of the county, eastern part of the county, groundwater only, and that's a pretty limited, we are not blessed with the abundance of groundwater resources that you are in this part of the county. So we are an independent special district. We have a 5-member elected board. We have an annual budget of about 157 million and 80 employees that proudly have a tenure of, average tenure of 14 years, many over 20, I'm at 20 myself, and a number who are outpace me and are in the past the 30-year mark. So where does the water come from? And this was touched on in the video a little bit. Our primary source is Metropolitan Water District, who I'll talk about in a little bit. We get State Water Project water from them through the Santa Susana Tunnel. It's a single point of connection, but there's a tunnel that basically parallels the Metrolink or Amtrak tunnel through the Santa Susana Mountains. We actually, our connection point is on the hillside up in Chatsworth. We store imported water 2 locations locally so that it's available in case of outages. One of those locations is the Las Posas Aquifer Storage and Recovery Wellfield. We inject imported water into the ground, pull it out when we need it. That's in the Grimes Canyon area outside Moore Park. And then we have our Lake Bard and the associated filtration plant. That's the lovely photo here on the right, which is located near our headquarters in Thousand Oaks. We're across from the sheriff's station. And that holds about 10,000 acre feet of water, which when Cayugas started was a year's worth of supply. Now it's a lot less than that. We also have a couple of interconnections that are in development or operational. We have one with Crestview Mutual Water Company. They're one of our retail water providers. They serve the Spanish Hills part of Camarillo, and there's a connection there where they can deliver us water, and that water we can deliver to you here in Oxnard as well as Port Hueneme. We have an interconnection under construction with Las Virgenes Municipal Water District. They're our neighbors over to the east, serving Agora and Calabasas. And that they're starting startup and testing in a couple of weeks, so that's pretty exciting. And then we also have another interconnection in design with the city of Ventura. That water we would also be able to deliver to Oxnard and Port Hueneme. So most of the time, though, the source is State Water Project water from Metropolitan. They are the nation's largest wholesale water provider, serving 19 million people from the Mexico border up to basically here. We're the northernmost part of their system. They have 26 member agencies scattered across 6 different counties. And if the Met service area were its own country, it would be the 13th largest economy in the world. As I mentioned, water primarily comes from the State Water Project in the Northern Sierra. They do also import water from the Colorado River Aqueduct. That was their first source. They have a limited ability to move that water to us here. And of course, they also invest in local projects and conservation. So this is a map that shows what percentage of the water served by the retailers there originates with Cayugas. You can see it varies pretty dramatically. Simi Valley and Thousand Oaks are almost entirely dependent upon Cayugas and imported water, whereas as you get out to Camarillo and Oxnard, where you have more abundant groundwater resources, that percentage decreases dramatically. And it does vary from year to year, but generally speaking, you know, we're 1/3 to 40% of your water supply. And you can see which of various retailers we serve over there on the right-hand side. This is a schematic of our distribution system. The red box over on the right-hand side at East Portal, that's the connection point in Chatsworth, and the tunnel it's a 96-inch tunnel carved through the rock in the mountain. And then we transport the water into Simi Valley, splits up into very large pipelines. The largest one is 78 inches. And then the water basically flows from east to west. You'll note that Oxnard's not actually on the map because the way it works is if you look at the farthermost left corner where there's Springville tank, that's where our system ends, and Oxnard picks up the water there, and you also very thoughtfully delivered on to Port Hueneme for us. So one of the things that Cayugas has undertaken as a regional collaborative project is the salinity management pipeline. This has been under development for several decades at this point. What it allows agencies to do is increase water supply reliability by allowing salty groundwater to be treated, and allow agricultural users to also desalt groundwater to produce lower salt water, which can enhance the yields of salt-sensitive crops like berries, which, as you know, are a huge crop out here. And then also it facilitates opportunities for potable reuse. All those processes generate a brine, and being able to dispose of that brine safely is one of the real challenges in undertaking those kinds of projects. And as an additional bonus, you may have heard the term total maximum daily load. It's a water quality requirement from the Regional Water Quality Control Board. This also allows some of those salts to be exported out of the watershed, which provides a water quality and habitat benefit. So we have about 22 miles of pipe ranging from 18 to 48 inches, and we collect brine concentrate from 3 different brackish groundwater desalters, and we are going to serve the Las Virgenes Triunfo Pure Water plant once they're underway. And then we also take excess tertiary treated wastewater when there's no demand or storage for it. So for example, Camarosa, which serves part of Camarillo, they have an extensive non-potable system. They very rarely need to discharge water to us because they usually have demand or storage for it. But when it's super, super rainy, they can't discharge that water to the Cayugas Creek. So they discharge it to the SMP. We convey it out for safe disposal in the Pacific Ocean. And the pipeline is celebrating its 10th anniversary this year, as it was started operation in 2014. And so here's an overall look at the pipeline as it currently stands. The blue parts are all in the ground. The purple part is under design right now, and the other portions are future. So there's where the outfall is. It's off Port Hueneme. It's about parallel with the Port Hueneme Pier. Has these little duckbill valves on it on the ocean floor, and that way it disperses the brine in a way that mixes really well. And part of the reason I'm talking about this is not just because this is a great regional project and collaboration and opportunity, but we did something pretty unique with Oxnard a couple years ago. As you know, Oxnard has an advanced water purification facility, very beautiful facility, as you can see in that photo, that produces advanced treated recycled water for a number of purposes, including agriculture. But when the AWPF came online, the recycled water pipeline to deliver that water to the farmers wasn't in the ground yet. So what we did for a number of years, actually, was we replumbed the salinity management pipeline and ran it backwards. And so we delivered, thankfully our pipeline's like right next to the AWPF, you can see it. We continued to discharge PHWA's brine into the ocean outfall. We were able to valve that off. Oxnard put their high-quality desalted AWPF product water into the pipeline, flowed it backwards, and we made connections to deliver to the various farmers there. That was a short-term arrangement. The pipeline, your pipelines are now in the ground and delivering water to the customers, but this was a pretty creative solution that gave enabled that water to be beneficially used for 3 years earlier than would have otherwise been the case. So really great collaborative effort. So touch just briefly on water use efficiency. I mentioned that Metropolitan funds a lot of these programs, so does Cayugas. And we support that through a number of different programs, including rebates, water save for turf replacement, for water saving devices, promoting water use efficiency through outreach and engagement. And this features a number of different programs we've been involved in, whether it's the Landscape is Change campaign. We do usually twice yearly rain barrel sales, and your customers are eligible to participate in that, as well as obtain rebates through Cayugas and Metropolitan. We have this lovely garden landscapes guide for Ventura County that's a really great resource, available in English and Spanish. It's on our website. We also have hard copies available, although not with us today. And it's a beautiful example of how well done California-friendly landscaping can be. And just really a great way to learn how to make your yard less turf, more water efficient, and yet more beautiful than ever. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Deputy General Manager Ian Pritchard, to talk about drought. He gets the fun stuff.
Thanks, Christine.
Welcome, Mr. Burchard.
Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza. Yeah, my name is Ian Pritchard. I have notes because Christine's been here 20 years. I've been here about 20 months. But I was at Camarosa Water District for a number of years before that. So like Oxnard, Camarosa is a purveyor to Cayugas. And I know several of you, including Councilmember Perello, through the groundwater, the GMA world. So yeah, I'm happy to jump in here at the drought challenges and bring us back to the happy days of 2021 and 2022. When we were just 2 years after record precipitation across the state, we're on the brink of making some really hard choices about water. It was bad enough as it was with 1 day a week watering in the service area. And part of that was because we are in the so-called State Water Project dependent area of the metropolitan service area. A big part of that is because State Water Project, as Christine was talking about, it comes from the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta through over the Tehachapi, through Jensen Treatment Plant. Some of it goes past us into Diamond Valley Lake in the metropolitan service area. Once it gets into Diamond Valley Lake, Metropolitan has a hard time getting it back out to us, to those of us on the so-called west branch of their system. And this is a known deficiency that Cayugas has been making noise about for a long time, and that Metropolitan even had plans to address. But it really wasn't until the back-to-back 5% State Water Project allocations that we saw in 21 and 22 that demonstrated Metropolitan's inability to get us that water that really accelerated Met's plans. And some of those plans include operational changes on the east side of the metropolitan system. There were 6 agencies in the State Water Project dependent area that had a hard time getting water, that were under especially difficult drought demand management agencies or management actions during the drought. 3 of those agencies can now get water more easily out of Diamond Valley Lake, which should leave in the future more water, more availability of limited stored water for those agencies on the west side. It includes Cayugas and all of our member agencies, Las Virgenes Municipal Water District, and the San Fernando Valley portion of the LADWP area. Metropolitan has a list of so-called drought actions, which include a number of fixes on the west side as well, including increasing the capacity of what they call a Sepulveda feeder, which goes up Sepulveda, the Sepulveda Pass in the 405, and can get water basically along the 101 to us in that direction. So a number of other projects as well, some of which are underway. So that's on the Met side. A little bit closer to home, Cayugas is continuing to pursue self-reliance as well. We started this, actually Christine started this probably 5-6 years ago with what we call the Water Supply Alternative Study, which was an investigation of pretty much every imaginable alternative resource locally, which ended up at a planning level investigation of about 120 projects that could help Cayugas and/or our retailers to increase their self-reliance. Those were further narrowed to what we call the leading contenders, which is about a dozen or so. And again, what the drought did for us was effectively accelerate and scale up that process as well. In 2023, the Cayugas board adopted a new strategic plan. In a lot of ways, it was really an overhaul. The last plan had been updated in 2016. And the central tenet of this new plan, from which all the priorities and objectives kind of stem, the board called, it was their vision statement, which the board called a new model for resilience. And basically what this says is that we're gonna improve our reliability and strengthen our resilience through new supply, storage, conveyance, and programs. So we're gonna build some new stuff and we're gonna figure out new ways to move water around, but really with a focus on doing that through transformative partnerships and regional collaboration. As Christine talked about a little bit, partnership and collaboration with Oxnard is nothing new, or neither is it with some of our other purveyors. But a lot of these projects were established out of need and in response to opportunities that arose over time. And really what's different here is that we're actively pursuing a much larger scope of regional cooperation, kind of in an earlier stage of planning. We call this a Water Resources Implementation Strategy, or RIST, and Christine talked about this a little bit the last time that we were here visiting you all at the council. So we're involving our purveyors and regional partners. So those include Casitas, the City of Ventura, United, Las Virgenes, even Santa Clarita Valley Water, in what at this point has been about an 18-month process. Basically, we're trying to understand how much more water we need, where we need that water to be, and when we need to have access to that water to achieve a level of reliability that's significantly improved over what we all experienced in 2022. The plans to survey these projects and assemble them into portfolios of projects that are more resilient to a wide range of hydrologic and economic scenarios. We want to figure out what risks we can best manage, what uncertainties we're most willing to live with. We anticipate a group of no regret projects that we can probably do in a fairly short order, as well as some bigger projects that will take a little bit longer. So this is all still phase one. Phase two, we haven't quite scoped out yet. We want to see what ends up in phase one, but we anticipate getting that going after the first of the year. And then phase three, of course, is ongoing program delivery and management. So in this phase one, as I said, there was a lot of engagement from exploratory to conceptual to planning. We started with one-on-one interviews with a number of our retailers, including Oxnard. We had some interim work sessions, and we've had 3 of 4 planned partner workshops when we get all of the folks together in a room for 3-4 hours and talk through some of the planning basis. We talk through what projects we're considering, how we're considering them, how we're looking at them. And some of the key findings coming out of the RIST is the top one is basically that not doing anything is going to cost us a lot more, certainly in terms of money, but also in terms of a decay in reliability than a lot of opportunities so far we've discovered in this process. A lot of these projects are cheaper in the long run. Some of them will be cheaper as soon as they're built and come online in a few years. And some are basically break even with the cost of imported water today. And those are the no regrets projects that I talked about a second ago. So just in a little bit more granular detail, just to describe the rigorousness of the analysis that we've engaged in so far. As I said, it's been 18 months. And some of this evaluation and technical analysis you see on this slide, what that means is developing evaluative criteria that were meaningful but not exhaustive, right? To analyze these portfolios under a variety of scenarios, really to understand the feasibility of projects based on different kinds of risks, including the typical things like yield, cost, timeline, right? How much is it going to cost? How long is it going to take to build this project? What are we going to get out of it? But also institutional complexity, regulatory intensity, and then wrapping up all of that information into a scoring methodology that makes sense to people, right? That will allow decision makers like our board, like your council, like the public generally, to understand the complexity of these projects and portfolios. So we did all that with individual projects, and then we grouped projects into various portfolios identified by these themes you see on the board, and then we did the analysis again. And then we took some of the winners from lowest cost, say, and adaptability emphasis, and combined those into 4 hybrid portfolios and ran the whole thing again. So what I want to leave you with is that after all of this, and after some really great support and interaction engagement with your staff, Michael and Tim and Omar have been wonderful to work with, really creative and engaging, is that Oxnard projects between groundwater and the AWPF appear throughout these portfolios. So we kind of knew this before, we knew this going in, but one of the takeaways from this exercise has been to demonstrate through this really rigorous methodology that we've developed what a critical partner in regional resilience the city is. And we hope to be back in front of you sometime next year to talk in a little bit more detail about what some of those resiliency projects are going to look like. So thanks for your attention. I look forward to questions when we get there after.
Yeah,
John?
thank you when we get there, but I want to thank our staff for working with you folks. It sounds like the risk program is, the profiles is something really to work with, so,
Yeah, thank you.
thank you.
Okay, Diego, if you can start queuing up United's presentation. And thank you, Christine, and thank you, Ian. And I believe I forgot to thank Arnie, so thank you, Arnie, for your presentation. So we'll bring up John from United. He'll introduce himself and his staff while they queue up his presentation.
Yeah, thank you. While that's queuing up, I'll introduce myself. I'm John Lindquist, Water Resources Supervisor for United Water Conservation District. And I'll talk for about a few minutes, up to 10 minutes maybe, a little bit on history, because the history of United is closely entwined with the history of Oxnard and the present groundwater situation in the basins as we see it. And then Robert will follow up with a few minutes talking about our that we've seen some discussion of them already, are much vaunted and sometimes controversial proposed capital improvement projects to bring more groundwater to the basins. I wanted to mention also that I'm especially proud to be here tonight because I'm an Oxnard resident, South Bank Neighborhood, Council District 1. I really appreciate the opportunity. This is an important topic. I have a very vested interest in seeing the city succeed with its water supply program. So thank you for having me. Okay, so let's see if I can figure this out. So I'm going to start with just a few definitions so we're all on the same page. And maybe I should have coordinated a little better with Arnie and Ian and Christine, because I've got a few slides that cover some of the same old topics. I'll gloss over those real quickly. But I wanted to start with just a few definitions. I'm going to use the term we a lot, and I don't mean United. I don't even mean United and Oxnard or United, Oxnard, and me. I mean everyone within United service area, which is shown in the blue area there. I'm going to have it fade away. And so there are other cities. There are our neighbors that occupy some of these groundwater basins. United covers part or all of about 7 groundwater basins. But without a doubt, our headquarters are in Oxnard. Oxnard is one of the most challenging and important basins that we work with and we try to provide for. I don't think I need to define groundwater. Arnie did a good job of that. Thanks, Arnie. I'll just say that if you were to dig a hole about 10 feet down, you would find those saturated gravels and sediments that Arnie talked about. And if you kept going another 1,000 feet, you'd still be encountering saturated groundwater, or saturated sediments. It's basically water completely filling the pores between rock and sand particles. And then you hit some bedrock that doesn't really yield much water. But the point is, there is a lot of groundwater below us, probably a few million acre feet. I'll define acre foot in a minute. But we can't access it all. So we don't actually have the capacity to get to all that groundwater. And if we withdrew it, somebody talked about subsidence in the Central Valley. I think that was Arnie as well, subsidence in the Central Valley. We could cause a lot of problems. So groundwater is a fantastic resource beneath our feet. We have to be very careful not to overuse it. I'll also talk a little bit about ag. That just means agriculture. And I might use the term M&I. That means municipal, industrial, and sometimes domestic users. And definition, Arnie, I think, covered an acre foot. It's a dumb unit, I'll admit. 45 years ago when I was in high school, I was told the metric system was coming any day now. And now 45 years later, we have this obtuse unit, acre foot. If we had the metric system, we could use hectare cubic meters maybe. I don't know if it'd be any better. But an acre foot is about 326,000 gallons. It's the amount of water that covers an acre, 1 foot deep in water. And for reference, an average household uses anywhere between 1/10 of an acre foot per year to about 1/2 an acre foot per year, depending on how big their yard is. So hopefully that's a decent point of reference. And finally, I want to define United Water Conservation District. Some people think we're a private company or a corporation. We are not. We're a local government agency. We're a California Special District specifically, formed by local citizens to address a specific need. And in the case of United, that specific need was preservation or conservation, as we called it back in the 1920s and the 50s, of local water supplies. And much, not all of it, but much of that is stored in groundwater, is stored beneath our feet. Now, we also have a couple surface water facilities like Lake Piru. But most of our local water supply that isn't imported comes from groundwater. And we have 7 divisions, or we have 7 directors, I should say, that are voted in by division. So we've had, I think you guys in Oxnard just went to district elections a few years back. So we've been doing it since 1950, since the beginning. I think there's a lot of work probably some improvements that could be made, but we have a good group of directors. And our mission, that's the full statement. I won't read it to you. Everybody can read that. But the important thing, I think, is that we protect and conserve and, most importantly, enhance the water resources, largely through our artificial or enhanced groundwater recharge projects. You heard Arnie talk about spreading. That's artificial or enhanced recharge. We're helping Mother Nature get more water in the ground before it runs off into the ocean. So that's really the bulk of what we do. We also do a few conjunctive use projects. I'll talk about those in a minute. I'll show you some examples. And our goal is to produce a reliable and sustainable water supply for all of our users in an environmentally and fiscally responsible manner. Now, there's maybe some room for debate over exactly how environmentally or fiscally responsible, where that needle lies. That's something we'll all be working through the next few years. There are some big projects that are going to be expensive no matter how you shake it. How did United form? When did we get tied with Oxnard? That was one of the questions that your Public Works Director Wolf asked us to cover in the presentation. So I'll just mention, I think I have 1 or 2 slides here. The mid-20th century was a time of severe drought and followed by overdraft and seawater intrusion. We think the most recent drought was the worst one on record. Well, locally, it probably wasn't. That 20-year drought from 1945 to 1965 was really, really bad and probably had a greater deficit of water rainfall during that period than we had during the more recent drought. So pumping in the Oxnard Basin exceeded recharge by 30,000 acre feet. So more was being drawn out than was being put in. It's like a bank account. If you're spending more than you're earning, that's your funds are getting lower and lower, and they were. And in groundwater, that gets reflected by declining groundwater levels. They start dropping, especially in the central and eastern Oxnard Basin and the southwestern Pleasant Valley Basin. And as Arnie mentioned, when groundwater levels drop below sea level and you're next to the ocean, seawater wants to pour in through those pore spaces in the soil to fill that void that's being created by groundwater levels dropping too low. And that was happening in the 1950s, both at Port Hueneme and Point Mugu, as Arnie mentioned. And not many people know this, but from the 20s through the 70s, actually, there were other agencies that had at various times applications to appropriate over 1 million acre feet of surface water out of Sespe Creek and the Santa Clara River and take them to other basins, including the Ventura River Basin, the Las Posas and Conejo Valley Basins. So I think I can only think of 1 year within the historical record when there was 1 million acre feet of water even available in the Santa Clara River. So there were plans by other agencies to appropriate that. Virtually, it could have been all of that water out of our watershed. So that's really why United's predecessor agency was formed in 1927, and it had a factor in our 1950 growth. And so in 1949, I don't know whether this quote is a quote from a newspaper or a quote from a city resolution, but basically Oxnard agreed, hey, we need to have a plan to convert United's predecessor agency, Santa Clara River Conservation District, to a new agency with better funding and more power because of that funding to respond to the problem that we were facing in the 1950s, basically form United Water Conservation District. So it was United and Oxnard. You were one of our most important early agencies that formed United back in 1950. And our enabling legislation under the Water Conservation Act, I think of 1931 or 32, allowed us to build projects that increase water supplies and improve water quality. So it's a twofold thing. You know, we talked mostly about water supply, the volume of water. Water quality is also really important. United has no authority to restrict or limit pumping. That's all in the Fox Canyon GMA, so we can't and we never have told anybody you need to pump less. And between 1951 and 1991, which is kind of our biggest years of the past, we're coming up on another decade of building things, I think, or another few decades, we built several projects with the support, having this larger agency with Oxnard involved, that greatly enhanced water supplies in the Oxnard and Pleasant Valley basins, especially the Oxnard Basin. It started with expansion of the Satacoy spreading grounds. We built the El Rio spreading grounds and the OH pipeline, which I think Director Wolf mentioned is one of your sources of supply. We built a couple of big conjunctive use projects for ag. That's the pumping trough pipeline and the Pleasant Valley pipeline. What that does is what those projects did is they meant pumping in those key areas. Pumping of groundwater could be reduced when we were able to deliver surface water to both those areas. So that's one of our goals, that's one of our mission statements, is where the aquifer is being harmed, we try to go in and figure out alternatives so that we can improve conditions. That's what we did with those pipelines in Pleasant Valley in the 1959 and pumping trough in 1983. We built Santa Felicia Dam also back in 1955. That's way off in the upper right corner there. And more recently, in 1991, we built the modern Freeman diversion, a concrete diversion structure that really allowed us to get much more efficient about our diversion and recharge operations. What this has meant is we really have limited reliance on outside sources for water throughout United's service area. Now, Oxnard, I think somebody mentioned earlier, I think the Cayugas folks mentioned that we rely on in Oxnard on about 35% of our supplies coming from imported water. But United's service area overall, it's not all Oxnard, only about 7% of this water supply comes from imported water, which means from Northern California or the Colorado River, which means it's not very susceptible to interruptions or whatever. Groundwater is here when we need it, except during extreme droughts maybe, but it is a very good source. Compare that to LA County, Orange County, or San Diego County, where they have a much higher reliance on those long-range imported water. And because we're so reliant on groundwater, a couple people mentioned that local groundwater is inexpensive. Local groundwater, there is extraction fees associated with it. Arnie mentioned the Fox Canyon GMA extraction fees. United has an extraction fee because we have to pay to do all the recharge we're doing, but it's still relatively inexpensive. That's on the far right side of the graph, those really low numbers, $200 to $400, $450 an acre foot. That's what it costs to extract raw groundwater out of the ground if you are within United's service area. Now, that's not treated water. Like I said, I'm a resident here. If you do the math on your water bill, probably everybody here, I know I do, I pay about $3,500 an acre foot for water. I only use a quarter of an acre foot per year. That's a lot more than any of these costs of water, but that's because it's got to be treated, it's got to be delivered, you've got to have billing people. There's a lot going on besides just the raw cost of water, but it is important. And you can see those imported supplies, recycled water, some of these other supplies, their average cost that I could glean off the web ranges from $1,000 to $2,000 an acre foot. So groundwater is cheap, which is fantastic. But maybe it's been too cheap because, as Arnie mentioned, we have seawater intrusion occurring at the Hueneme Canyon and the Magoo Canyon. Still, despite of our efforts, we've made a valiant effort to get rid of that overdraft, to fill the gap between supply and demand. There is still about 13,000 acre feet more demand than there is supply in our basin, according to the 2019 version of the GSP. I think that number is narrowed down in the update for the GSP, which is great, but we still have more demand than supply for groundwater. Those little dots colored yellow, orange, green, those are pumping wells as of 2020, and I bet they're all still pumping today. So you can see where the pumping is going on and what's drawing in the groundwater to those red lines, which is the current limits of seawater intrusion as United sees it. Now, we've had fantastic rainfall these last 2 years. I'm almost done with my short little section here. So this is a cross section. Arnie showed us a cross section earlier. It's another one. It's like if you took a slice of the earth, a vertical slice, a slice through cake, and it's showing Satakoy in the right to the north. Ground elevation, land surface elevation is kind of the greenish mottled upper surface there. That's from a digital elevation model. You can see El Rio, Oxnard, and all the way down to the ocean in Port Hueneme. I probably should have labeled the Pacific Ocean, but everybody here knows that right off of Port Hueneme is the Pacific. So hopefully that's okay. The blue solid underneath that represents groundwater, where it's saturating the land underneath the surface. And it's kind of light blue or gray to the left of Satakoy, that's where groundwater, as of January 2023, that's where the groundwater elevations were below sea level. So again, seawater wants to pour in if groundwater elevations are below sea level. So it's a bad thing. And then the darker blue, or the more blue, true blue, on the very far right, that's where groundwater elevations were actually above sea level, and a little tiny part of the Oxnard Plain that was safe from seawater intrusion. Not very much in January 2023. And the distance represented by those wells between land surface and groundwater elevation, that's about 135 to 150 feet. So I just told you that if you dug 10 feet down, you'd hit groundwater. Well, in that area, if you were in Satakoy or El Rio, and you would have to dig 150 feet to get anything but dry sand. But we had this boomer water year starting in 2023. We did a lot of recharge by July. Groundwater elevations below Satakoy had risen substantially. That was great news, really steep. We keep going into a little later in the year, towards the end of 2023. And now you can see there's a lot more dark blue almost out to Port Hueneme. That meant that then groundwater elevations are all above sea level as far as the northern parts of Port Hueneme, and we're safe from seawater intrusion right now. You can see there's still room between land surface and the groundwater elevation below El Rio at that point. We have stuffed so much water in the ground, over 130,000 acre feet, I think, in 2023. Probably 111,000 for the water year. Anyways, by March of 2024, then we have very little storage left space. And in fact, out at the edge of the ocean throughout Port Hueneme, we're above sea level. In fact, groundwater now along the coastline is above the surface of the land. So if you poke a hole in the ground, you don't have to dig at all to get groundwater. It will actually come shooting up out of the ground like Beverly Hillbillies when he shoots the oil and it comes shooting out of the ground. It's a fantastic situation.
Money in the bank.
Yeah, right. And it's water. It's good. Now, what I'll say is those two, let me just go back real quick. I'll go to the next slide. These 2 last years, phenomenally wet, and this happens every couple of years, or every 30 years. We have about 30-year cycles of wet and dry. And so even without climate change, we know we're going to have another drought in 15 years or so, and it's going to last us, and then we'll have another wet period in 30 years. What we're finding with climate change is the forecasts that scientists have been saying, that you might probably been reading about, that we're going to have drier dry periods, wetter periods. It's absolutely true. So the 3 of the 4 wettest years that we've seen, and I'm going to use Santa Paula as the weather station. The importance of Santa Paula is it's right in the center of United's district. It's also where most of our recharge water comes from. It's the mountains above Santa Paula. Oxnard doesn't have quite as much rainfall. It could probably a similar situation here in Oxnard. But the point is, 3 of our 4 wettest years ever on record, the historical record goes back to the about 1890 or earlier, so 130 years more. They've been in the last 20 years. 3 of those wettest years have been in the last, 30 years. And our 4 driest years ever have also been in that same 20-year period. So we're getting more extreme. That shouldn't be new to anybody. Interestingly, this comes from California's 4th climate assessment from the state, and they're looking into the future by region, how much more or less rainfall we're going to have by mid-century in a percent of total. And you can see the South Coast region there where it says 1.1. That means that they're going to get 1.1% wetter if the forecasts come true. Now, there's some uncertainty. Central Coast, 6.4%, and the desert regions are going to get a little drier. So here in Ventura County, we're right between the two. We're probably forecasted to get a few percent better, more rainfall in the future. But again, it's going to have these long gaps of dry periods between the deeper droughts. So that's problematic. If you reach out to the end of the 21st century, it's a very similar story. They're essentially saying no change in the South Coast region in rainfall and about 6% in the Central Coast region. Again, we're right between the two, so we're probably going to fall somewhere between those extremes in our future rainfall. And with that, I'd like to bring Robert up.
Thank you, Mr. Lindquist, and good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, council members, and member of the public. Now that you've heard about United's history and role in managing, protecting, conserving, and enhancing the region's water supply in an environmentally balanced manner, I'm now going to dive into projects that are going to improve the regional water sustainability for the decades to come. So first I want to start by highlighting a project that was recently completed this year and began operations. This project, located at United's El Rio Water Treatment and Groundwater Recharge Facility, benefits the City of Oxnard, Port Hueneme Water Agency, 4 mutual water companies, Rio School District, and Naval Base Ventura County. And during the extended drought between 2011 and 2019, when groundwater levels were significantly declining due to a lack of surface water recharge, nitrate concentrations were coming up, which is a primary drinking water standard or contaminant. We had to rely on our lower aquifer system, which contained naturally occurring iron and manganese. And that is a secondary drinking water contaminant that affects taste, color, and odor. So with a $2.5 million Proposition 1 Integrated Regional Water Management grant from the Department of Water Resources and a $4.23 million grant from Defense Community Infrastructure Program from the Office of Local Defense Community Cooperation. United began construction of a 3,850 gallon per minute iron and manganese treatment plant in 2021 and started operations in April of this year. And this is an example of a project that helps manage and protect the drinking water systems and resources during an extended period of drought. Another drought resiliency project that we anticipate to start construction this year is the Laguna Road recycled water pipeline. There's over 24,000 acre-feet of wastewater that's treated in the Oxnard and Pleasant Valley basins, and only a portion of that is put to beneficial use. This, of course, is an opportunity. The city of Oxnard currently has the capability to produce 7,000 acre-feet per year of recycled water from its advanced water purification facility. There's 6,000 acre-feet per year of demand in the pumping trough pipeline system, and another 16,000 acre-feet per year demand in Pleasant Valley County Water District's system. So what this project will do, it will bring recycled water through Oxnard's existing Hueneme Road pipeline and through Pleasant Valley County Water District system through a new 3,400-foot pipeline on Laguna Road. And the Phase 1 project will be just a pipeline. It'll provide 1,000 gallons per minute. Phase 2 project will include a pump station, and that will be able to handle a wide range of flows up to the AWPF's current capacity. And we received a grant for this project, or a couple of grants actually, $340,000 through Natural Resource Conservation Service, through the United States Department of Agriculture, and $2.6 million from the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and Department of Water Resources. So next project I want to highlight is our San Felicia Dam Safety Improvement Project. San Felicia Dam was constructed between 1954 and 1955. It's 4.5 miles northeast of the unincorporated town of Piru, and it's regulated under the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission and Department of Water Resources Division of Safety of Dams. It's 213 feet tall and 1,275 feet wide, and stores about 82,000 acre-feet of water, which recharges the Piru, Fillmore, Santa Paula basins. But during dry years, we have conservation releases, and this helps recharge the Oxnard Plain. This is categorized as an extremely high hazard dam due to the large population that lives below the dam inundation zone, about 400,000 people. And this project involves constructing a new conveyance system or new outlet works that will be able to withstand a maximum credible earthquake of 7.2 magnitude. It will also include a sloped intake facility that provides the operational flexibility for selective withdrawal, which is going to help improve water quality, but it's also going to help us manage the sediment. Every time we get inflows, more sediment accumulates. And modernization of our hydropower facilities. In addition to the outlet works, we'll be making modifications to the existing spillway structure, lowering the spillway slab, raising the dam crest by 6.5 feet. And what this is going to do is help us pass extreme flood events and prevent overtopping of the spillway walls and dam. These two projects combined are going to cost over $250 million. We have received funding already in the order of $93 million from the Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act. That is a low-interest loan provided by the Environmental Protection Agency, and another $113,000 grant through Federal Emergency Management Agency for the spillway design. And we've applied for over $100 million in grant opportunities for both the outlet works and spillway through FEMA. Another project I want to highlight here is our Freeman Diversion Expansion Project. The Freeman Diversion, as John had talked about earlier, was built in the early 1990s. This is a roller compacted concrete structure that spans 1,200 feet across the Santa Clara River. It's about 10 miles from the Pacific Ocean, and it diverts on average 60,000 acre feet per year. from the Santa Clara River, which provides essential groundwater recharge for the Oxnard Basin and also provides water deliveries to agricultural systems. The expansion project is going to increase yield and improve fish passage facilities through a new hardened ramp, and a new headworks and diversion facilities that's going to give us the ability to take flashier and more turbid storm events. But in addition to the diversion, we'll be removing hydraulic bottlenecks to improve the conveyance system from 375 cubic feet per second to 750 cubic feet per second. And if you'd like to visualize what a cubic foot per second is, you would take the volume of 4 basketballs. That would be a cubic foot every second. So this actually already started in 2021 as we replaced the headworks to our Grand Canal, and we are just wrapping up construction on an inverted siphon replacement. That's going to be complete in the next month. During next year, we're going to be replacing a 3-barrel culvert. And lastly, we're going to be constructing a connection to the Faro Basin, to our Noble Basin, which is going to increase the groundwater recharge capacity and will be really useful during those wet years. And we've received grant funding for this project, $1 million in Proposition 1 Integrated Regional Water Management Plan from the Department of Water Resources. We've also received a $2.5 million grant from the Sustainable Groundwater Management Grant. And the overall cost for the Freeman diversion and conveyance facilities is nearing about $300 million. The last project I want to highlight is known as the Extraction Barrier Brackish Water Treatment Project. And you've probably started to hear a lot about this project. The project has 2 primary objectives. One is to help the groundwater basins reach groundwater sustainability and address the #1 threat to the basin, which is seawater intrusion, but to also provide a resilient water supply for the region through treatment and pumping and distribution of this treated water, leveraging the existing systems that are already in the Oxnard Plain. But what is an extraction barrier? So you've probably heard about an injection barrier. This is heavily used in urban areas and has been around since the 1960s. A lot of times you'll take recycled water, you'll have a dense spacing of wells, you'll create a mound of water that helps push back the seawater intrusion. This often traps brackish water behind the barrier and requires an enormous amount of water that we don't have here. An extraction barrier does just the opposite. It creates a localized depression that draws in water from all directions, prevents the advancement of seawater intrusion, while drawing back that brackish water and to the barrier. As John had mentioned, there's 2 submarine canyons where the seawater intrusion is occurring. That's the Wainimi and the Magoo Submarine Canyon. It just so happens that Naval Base Ventura County is situated at both of these submarine canyons. And the majority of the seawater intrusion is occurring at Point Magoo. And in 2019, the district engaged with the U.S. Navy to develop an extraction barrier at Point Magoo. And we now have 2 license agreements to develop the project, and including a memorandum of agreement with Navy Southwest Region. So now a bit on the phasing of the project. In 2019, we received a State Water Resources Control Board groundwater grant program grant to update our regional groundwater flow model. And the feasibility study was completed in 2021, simulated multiple extraction rates from 5,000 to 20,000 acre-feet per year. And this included a no-action scenario. We held multiple technical advisory committee meetings to review and discuss the progress of the feasibility study that included representatives from the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board, Division of Drinking Water, and Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency. And what the modeling demonstrated is that the extraction barrier was effective in managing seawater intrusion. And in 2022, we considered a smaller scale phase 1 project to demonstrate the efficacy of the extraction barrier. And during phase 1, we would extract a lower volume at 3,500 acre feet per year. And that's basically pumped groundwater that would be discharged to the Magoo Lagoon, while removing some salinity from the Oxnard and Magoo aquifers. And the ultimate project, which is phase 2, will be to expand the extraction barrier well field to increase the efficacy of that seawater intrusion barrier while also providing additional water supply. And the phase 2 project will include treatment and distribution of product water to the Navy, since they're there, but also to users outside the Oxnard Plain. We're anticipating about a 50% recovery rate because this is essentially seawater desalination. And the brine would be discharged leveraging the Cayugas Municipal Water District salinity management pipeline, which we've been in close collaboration with. And as part of the phase 1 project, we received a $1.32 million sustainable groundwater management grant from the Department of Water Resources, constructing new monitoring wells in 5 locations, 17 boreholes, 21 completions altogether. And what this is going to do is help us monitor the semi-perch aquifer, Oxnard, Magoo, and Fox Canyon. And the purpose is to optimize the design of the subsequent expansion of the extraction barrier, phase 2, to evaluate the mitigation of the seawater intrusion, to monitor any unexpected changes in water quality, and to ensure that there's no vertical migration of surface contaminants, and also to make sure that there's no inelastic land subsidence. And we've gone through a long process of locating the extraction barrier wells in a manner that's not going to conflict with the Navy's current and future mission and its land uses. And here you can see the extraction wells located in a line adjacent to Magoo Lagoon and Cayugas Creek. The phase 1 project will include 5 extraction well sites, each having co-located wells in different aquifers. And for the phase 1 project, it will all discharge to Magoo Lagoon. And the phase 1 project is anticipated to cost over $50 million. We've already received grant funding for this, $8.45 million from the State Water Resource Control Board, Prop 1, Round 3 grant. We are actively applying for federal grants to complete the funding for this project. And now to wrap this up, I want to reemphasize that all these projects play a critical role in water sustainability through managing, protecting, conserving, and enhancing the water supplies. And although we're facing nearly $1 billion in capital improvement projects over a period of time, you've heard a pattern tonight, which is our business model is to aggressively pursue grant and other funding to ensure these costs are not passed on to the ratepayers to the greatest extent possible. And we actually have a grants task force, and to date we've secured about $26 million in grant funding for projects, and we've submitted over $263 million in grant applications. And this is just a start. And we need your help. We need everyone's help in securing funding for a sustainable future. So appreciate the opportunity to present to council tonight.
Thank you. Very comprehensive report. Thank you. Okay, Michael.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you for that. That concludes our presentations, and subject to some time left after public comment, we're here to answer any questions.
Okay, so I have some public speakers before our council members have questions here. I'd like to start off with Steve Nash, and he'd be followed by Lynn Mulhart.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. Steve Nash, and it just so happens that I am running for the Division 4 United Board seat. So on some of these issues, I look at the groundwater basin as being half empty. Maybe that's the wrong attitude to take, But when I see that the GMA was formed in 1982, United was formed in 1950, and yet the groundwater basin is still defined as being critically overdrafted by the Department of Water Resources, I have to ask myself, well, why? After 42 years in the case of the GMA, after almost 75 years in the case of United, imagine if the past
This is for items on
and
the
present
agenda.
boards of directors had implemented replenishment fees that could have paid for the capital improvement projects to find new sources of water. We wouldn't be in this situation today of having a groundwater basin that is on the verge of putting us in real dire straits. Now, we've had 2 great years of precipitation, and that was pointed out in these presentations. And I want to point out that the staffs of United, Callegas, the GMA, they're great staffs, but they can only do what their board of directors direct them to do. So if we'd been dealing with this problem from the get-go, we'd be in much better shape. Now, if we experience a prolonged drought, which we just got out of not too long ago, we will find that the forebay will exceed 80,000 acre-feet of storage. When that happens, we have a landward flow of seawater. And those were really the 3 big issues for why the GMA was formed. Seawater intrusion, subsidence, and increasing chloride levels in the groundwater. And those are still issues. And you have to ask yourself, well, why? Let's get a board in place that can address these issues and move into the future, because I don't want my legacy to be the fact that we've given our children and grandchildren we have this wonderful asset, the groundwater basin. That's money in the bank. But the longer that we put off dealing with it, we will experience seawater intrusion, we will experience subsidence, and when the land subsides, you're collapsing the gravel and sand water-bearing layers and really decreasing the amount of water that the aquifer can hold. So you want to prevent that really at all cost. So I'll end my comments there. I will talk later and introduce some more issues. I presented a list of questions and concerns to the council. I also posted it on Citizens for a Better Oxnard, and I hope people had a chance to look at it, because these are issues that we really have to resolve between the city and some of these water agencies. I think that we need to find a way to work much better together. I haven't really seen that. So anyway, thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Lynn Mulhart. And he's followed by Mr. Stein and then Mr. Huber.
Mr. Mayor, council members, and the public, my name is Lynn Mulhart. I'm a director at United Water Conservation District 4. I've heard a lot of great information. I appreciate staff putting on this program. I need to go back in history a little bit, because I think that's what's lost. In 1940, the community came together to realize they had a problem in the area, and that was a simple problem, complex but simple. Too much demand, chasing too little water. So to solve that problem, the community came together. The community of Fillmore, Santa Paula, Ventura, Oxnard, Port Hueneme, the base, the farming community, the business community, and they came and decided that there's a solution that we need to work on. And that solution was, we have to get better at harvesting the available water that we're permitted to harvest out of the Santa Clara River and get it into the ground. They united in their concerns. That's what created United Water Conservation District. In 1950, when United was formed, the city's population was 21,000 people. It had grown since 1940 by 142%. They saw that they could not sustain that kind of growth. Today, the city of Oxnard is about 200,000 people. The community has grown, the county has grown, everybody has grown and expanded. The problems that we had then are similar to the problems we have now, and the solutions were the first to build the San Felice Dam. That structure was built 75 years ago, and that structure was designed to collect water in the winter and remove it in the dry period to recharge the aquifer. That's the solution. Has it worked? Since 1950, over 1.6 trillion gallons of water have been put in the collective aquifers of the Santa Clara River and the Oxnard Plain. That's equivalent to 4.4 million football fields with 1 foot of water. That's equivalent to a height of 860 miles. We have done a hell of a job of putting water in the aquifer. We cannot control the weather. We are not a regulatory agency, and we cannot control the growth. But the problems that we have today were similar to the problems we had then, and what did United do in that time frame? It built projects, significant projects. And the proof of the answer is in the numbers I just gave you. Going forward, a water project takes anywhere from 10 to 25 years to bring online. The projects we're talking about going forward that you just heard will take time to finish.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you so much.
Mayor,
Larry Stein?
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
If I may, if Mr. Mulhart's willing, I know we had a technical issue with the timer for Mr. Nash. If my colleagues are willing, if we'd give Mr. Mulhart just a moment to finish his thought there, I think that'd be fair, but that's just my ask.
That was just an error on the clerks, so your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Mayor, in fairness, and I know our council is fair, Mr. Turan brought out, Mr. Nash actually got about 6 minutes. About 6 minutes. I'm not sure because the clock didn't start, the clerk, somebody didn't start the clock on time, so I agree with Mr. Turan. If he needs a little more time, give him a little more time.
Okay, you want another minute? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
What's the future? Mm-hmm. The future is that you have an agency that was built for one purpose and one purpose only: put water in the ground. I know people talk about that we need to be more responsive to the city of Oxnard. I understand that. But United's mission is to put water into the ground for the benefit of all its constituents, and those include the base, the growers, Port Hueneme, Oxnard, Ventura, Santa Paula, Fillmore, and Piru. It is one integrated system. Water flows from Piru down to the ocean. If you overpump Piru, you get less water. If you overpump water here, they get less water. United is in the business of putting water in the ground, and then at that point, it's the regulators that have to deal with that. I encourage you to understand that the way you're taken care of, the way every city is taken care of, is if United does its primary mission, what it was created by, the citizens, you'll understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you so much. Larry Stein, followed by Steve Huber. Larry Stein.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, staff. I've been following water issues for quite some time, and some of you sitting on City Council know I've been following water issues for a period of time. The concern I have is a plan or project that the city adopted 2022, the Urban Water Master Plan. That plan calls for development and recycling of 14,000 acre feet of water. I've asked several questions on this, have not got any answers. If you read my comments, you know what I'm asking about. Has the plan actually been approved for funding by the City Council? I don't know. I've asked that question. Are we going to produce recycled water? In the period 2007-2010, the City Council, or the staff between the City Attorney's Office and Public Works, worked with United Water to develop a plan to develop recycled water in Oxnard. The GREAT program. That GREAT program called for the development of wells. The City Council passed bond issues to build the wells and the recycled water program. Except the money for the wells was not spent for the wells, the city decided to build an auditorium instead. Now in 2024, how many homes have been developed on the urban water management plan? The city will not tell me how many homes. I've asked for a report on the number of homes, and the city says we don't have a report. On the number of homes that City Council said are going to be built through the recycled water program, but we've never provided the water. Staff said we have enough water for 10,000 new homes. Where is that water? That home is supposed to be developed through the Urban Water Master Plan. So how can we have a master plan that's not funded by City Council? Because staff won't tell me what's been funded or not. During the water rate increase last year, I submitted a number of questions. The mayor has not answered the questions. I've asked the mayor to answer the questions. Staff has not answered the questions. I asked Mr. Wolf a number of times to answer the questions. He's not answered all the questions. The ratepayers of Oxnard, which exceed 42,000 people, are subsidizing the recycled water program, and we're not getting the benefits of the water. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you,
Please
Larry.
answer my questions tonight.
Thank you, sir. Steve Huber.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, staff, residents. My name is Steve Huber. I am the Division 5 Director on United Water Conservation District, and I applaud Councilmember Perello for asking for this water workshop. I'm not sure about timing because it's an election and he's supporting someone who's running. But I did talk to INCO, and I said I was going to talk to INCO on the 3rd of July. And hopefully that's all above board, and that's why we had this tonight. So I want to applaud Fox Canyon, Callegas, United Water, and the City of Oxnard staff who put this together, because I think the residents now have a greater understanding of water and where the water comes from for the City of Oxnard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Madam Clerk, any other speakers on this item before we go to the City Council?
Yes, Mayor, we have one virtual speaker. One moment, please.
Thank you.
Caller with number ending in 9665, please unmute by pressing *6.
Hello?
Yes, hi.
This is
Go ahead. You have
Barbara
3
Macri
minutes to
Ortiz.
speak.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Macri Ortiz, and I'm a housing specialist. I'm not someone that's been involved in water, but there's been one thing about this whole water thing that has driven me crazy for years. Fox Canyon would fine growers who overdrafted their water, and they would collect money, but they would never use any of that money in any manner to get water back in the ground. And I think, part of the overdrafting problem, part of our seawater intrusion problem is because the agricultural industry has overdrafted water for years and years and years and maybe paid a little bit more for it, but the problem was never fixed. And I hear United talking about projects and how much they're going to cost. Maybe they should start looking to Fox Canyon to recoup some of those funds that were collected and never spent properly that got us into the situation where we're in now. So that would be something I would, if there's anything that's going to come down that's going to suggest that Oxnard's got to pay more for our water, I think there should be an audit, certainly of Fox Canyon and the other water districts, to find out how this has been. Because it has been primarily done for the agricultural industry by agricultural representatives and gotten us into a worse situation than we were in. So I think it's time for accountability. And that accountability has to look at the ag industry to be accountable for the water that they're pulling out and how are we managing our water. So that's primarily my comment. I think we got to look to the source of the problem as well as to source of the solution. And all the affected parties need to be accountable. And they need to be accountable to the city of Oxnard for all the work we have done to improve the water situation with recycling. And I think I want to thank the city for their efforts, because that has made a difference. And maybe it would make a bigger difference if people would play by the rules all the time, not just when it's convenient.
20 seconds.
Okay, so that's basically my comment. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, any additional speakers, either virtually or here in the audience?
Mayor, we do not have any additional speakers for this item.
Michael, any additional comments before we can?
No, sir, here for questions.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank, the city of Oxnard. I want to thank Fox Canyon, Callegas, and United Water for excellent presentation, and thank our Councilmember Perello for asking for this water workshop. I think that the city and people that are looking at us ourselves here have learned quite a bit of what is happening with water, which I think is really, really important. But I just want to thank all the speakers, that spoke today, and the presenters, Arnie and Christina and your staff, and John for excellent presentation. I have one question, and then maybe I can ask the council members that for the city of Oxnard, I know we have a lot of water according to United, the graph that they showed. Do we have a limited allocation of groundwater that we can extract from the city of Oxnard, even though we have supposedly a lot of water right now? If so, what is the limits and allocations of that water?
Yeah, Mayor, I'll try to take that question. So, yes, there is an allocation that's set through the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency. So the city of Oxnard has a groundwater allocation maximum per water year, and that's set. I'm going to use an estimate, 7,800 acre feet is Oxnard's allowable allocation for groundwater extraction any one water year. And depending on the water year, depending on the demand, depending on the weather, that's anywhere between a third to close to 35% of our total water usage.
Okay, and I had one other question before. For United Water, what are the biggest threats to the groundwater in Ventura County? United Water, what's the biggest threats that I know that you guys have a lot of projects and you've injected quite a bit of water, and what is the biggest threat or threats to Ventura County?
The seawater intrusion is still the driver for the availability of groundwater and the groundwater sustainability plan for the basin. But I think there are good plans for getting that under control. If you're looking to the future, there are new contaminants that are appearing, PFAS and the like, that I think we need to be concerned about. Luckily, much of our water supply in groundwater here is ancient, so it hasn't been affected by modern contaminants. But there are areas where we have to be concerned about that. And then two other threats would be climate change. Bigger droughts and wet periods. Those are harder and more expensive to get water from. And finally, I'll add there are some regulatory threats on the horizon that could limit United's ability to divert water In the future, they could also affect other people, other purveyors from getting water from distant sources like the Colorado River and State Water Project.
And John, you know, there for a while, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this correctly, the quagmire, whatever it was we had in Piru, was that it?
Quagga
What was it called again?
Quagga mussel?
Quagga mussel, I couldn't, quagmire. Yeah.
Yeah, they're only in surface
I
waters.
still remember that from a long time ago when I was in Fox Canyon. We still having problems with that, or are we okay?
We see them occasionally. They're in many of the lakes now. They seem to be spreading around California, in fact, the whole country. There are places back east where they create large problems for water distribution systems. We're managing to keep them under control. We see a few in Lake Piru. They're up above us in Pyramid and Castaic. They're not causing serious problems that I'm aware of. I doubt you're having problems with the city. I don't think anybody locally is having problems with quagga mussels.
And I know that council members have other questions, but during the drought cycle, you know, we talked about the drought cycle, and we had 2 consecutive, cycles that were really, really bad. And we had a 5% allocation for Oxnard. And what effect would that have to the city of Oxnard, giving a 5% allocation, for our businesses and our residences? And
I believe what you're referring to is the allocation on the state water project.
That's right.
That occurred back to back in 21 and 22. Those allocations were 5%, which had never occurred before. So the way the state water project works, each state water contractor has an allocation. Every year, the state water, DWR, the Department of Water Resources, determines what percentage of that allocation is going to be available to all of its contractors. Metropolitan is the state water project contractor that we receive water from, and therefore Oxnard receives water from. So those 2 5% back-to-back allocations were devastating. And because Metropolitan was unable to move their stored water to us, we were subject to significant restrictions in 1 day a week watering.
And that's where the risk program came, the subsidies.
It is. And since then, Ian, in his presentation, touched on a number of things that are either both in development as well as implemented already. Metropolitan has already made changes in both operational approach and their physical infrastructure that they say would prevent the same situation from occurring again if we had 2 back-to-back 5%. Now, of course, there's who knows what is coming at us next, and that's why they're planning and design underway on additional projects that would further bolster their ability to move water to us. And of course, our efforts under the RIST are to help improve local water supply reliability and reduce our dependence.
Because water's a lifeline item. Lifeline item. Council members, any questions? Oh, Councilman Turan, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the information and the presentation. I hope the public was able to get a really good 50,000-foot view on what it is that goes into providing water for this area, this region, not just the city of Oxnard. I just have 2 questions. One was regarding the Santa Felicia Dam. I don't know who wants to take that one. So have United come up for that one. And it's just a technical question. I saw that in the enhancements that are looked at and the infrastructure and operational changes you're looking at over there. One of the things mentioned was for it to be able to withstand a 7.1 magnitude earthquake. Is that correct?
Yes, 7.2.
Okay. Is there any kind of current seismic rating that it has now for in its existing state?
So I don't know that offhand. I'm not personally the project manager for that project. However, there is the major threat to the outlet works. The current outlet works is that sediment has accumulated in the lake. It's basically, you can imagine it like a bathtub drain. And we've had to extend that outlet works. And so now the threat would be movement of that outlet works, or if sediment filled up the outlet works, then we wouldn't be able to release. We wouldn't have controlled release from the dam. So we're not there yet. There's no immediate threat. However, this project is going to help preserve that water supply.
Okay, great, thank you. So this the seismic rating that you had mentioned earlier made me think, well, what is it now? And so, no, I appreciate that insight though into that and what the need is for these enhancements and what we would hope to get out of it. My last question, and I'll let anybody take it, Mr. Wolf, United, Cayugas, Fox, whoever wants to take it, but perhaps for the general public who are watching now, It's already been mentioned a number of times tonight, the restrictions we had just recently due to the drought. And I think it's very, I mean, the visual we had was great. I love good-looking computer modeling. I'm just very geeky like that. But I hope that the public can hear that even though we've had some fairly wet seasons as of recently, I feel, in my personal opinion, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong on this, that individual homes, individual residents, folks, there are things that they can do that are shifts in their own behavior and their water consumption that can lead to longer term savings for them as individuals. And then I'm a firm believer in little things lead to big things. So if we all do a little part, that it leads to us having to take such drastic cuts and changes if we end up in another couple of dry seasons there. So any tips that the general public can take on changes in behavior for their water consumption, their water usage, that should be permanent changes that we have from the drought that are continued moving forward, that's just the way it is now. Any tips on that?
Certainly have our own water conservation group on our City of Oxnard website, and they talk about ways to save water, kind of water saving as a way of life, if you will. And so those tips are pretty standard, and most of them have been advertised in the past. There's quite a bit of, in a residential setting, quite a bit of water is used outside the house. And so anything any opportunity to reduce that water usage outside the house is a pretty easy target, low-hanging fruit, as mentioned earlier this evening. And so that may be drought tolerant landscaping or other types of landscaping that meet the codes and standards of the city. But internal to the house, obviously fixing leaks, anything like that, addressing the way that folks take showers, utilize it for cleaning, doing dishes, things like that. There's always those kinds of tips to address that. And so there's lots of places that can be saved. I will say that one of the things that we are addressing on the city side is we are, as you know, installing the smart meters. And so folks can actually see their water consumption in quote unquote real time. It's pretty darn close to real time. And so that's an opportunity for people when they get that smart meters to download that application and actually find out, why am I using water at 2 a.m. in the morning? And you realize that your sprinklers are going off and you didn't know it, right? Or you may have a leak in the toilet and so you didn't know it. And so those are really good opportunities for folks to find out how and when they use water, and do they really need to use it. And so those are some opportunities.
Great, thank you. And the last thing, do we still have some of these no-cost resources for our water customers, like low-flow shower heads or those types of things?
That's correct, we do. And again, if you visit our website, the Water Conservation Group has its own section of the website, and you can see all the giveaways and seminars that they put forward and all the information they have on there.
Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, council members. Councilman Perrello.
Number one, I would like to thank all of the agencies that are here with their staff. It's seldom that you get all of them together. Thank you very much for coming. I appreciate the City of Oxnard making the arrangements to bring you in-house, and it's greatly appreciated. Some of the issues that come up from a councilman's point of view, whether he serves on a water agency or as an alternate or whatever, the residents get a hold of you, various things happen, it rains, there's too much rain, there's not enough rain. I still have residents that want to wash down their driveways, especially at the beach. The wind blows, get sand on the beach, sand on the driveway, the guy's out there watering down the driveway. Contrary to everything that the City of Oxnard does, including giving citations. So we have people that don't want to follow the rules. A simple question came up about ideas to save water. There used to be something, may not have been socially acceptable, but if it was brown, you flush it down, and if it's yellow, you let it mellow. Those things, they're all viable things. But one thing that concerns me is when we have a presentation like this, and I'm hoping that a lot of the public is watching it or are going to watch it repeat, because the supply of water, the quality of water, the availability of water, and the cost of water are all things that come to each one of the 7 of us. The availability of water, Mother Nature can be all kinds of nice, and she can be all kinds of nasty. The quality of the water. I assure the residents in Oxnard that when they turn the tap on, the quality of water is good. And yet you will see tons of residents, not just in Oxnard, buying tons of bottled water. I don't know how we get that across to people. The supply of water and how we can improve the supply of water. There have been a lot of presentations made. There's been some interaction between boards, sometimes ending in litigation, which is not the best for everybody, but things get worked out. The cost of water. Ladies and gentlemen, nothing is getting less expensive. But the overall supply and the availability of water. If we continually use more water than we put in the ground and hope and say our prayers that we'll have back-to-back wet years that can fill it up. And it was a tremendous presentation showing how the water's come back. We will not be able to get out of the situation we're in. As the speaker mentioned, it's been going on for a long time. One question that I don't think was cleared up and statement wasn't cleared up enough. Sustainability, subsidence of the soil. Please explain, any of you, exactly the harm that that does to an agent, to an area trying to store water. What happens when the soil subsides?
Well, I'll speak to it just from a pure engineering standpoint. So subsidence is obviously a deflection or a drawdown of the ground elevation based on something missing underneath. And so in these scenarios where you may have some sort of hydraulic fluid like water underneath, and you're drawing that hydraulic fluid away and you're creating a void, subsidence will bring that ground elevation down. So I think Arnie mentioned that you see that a lot in the Central Valley, where they have overpumped that area, and that void is creating a void and such that the ground elevation is actually being lowered.
Yeah, and the reason I'm asking for, and I appreciate it, Mr. Wolf, we've got a tremendous public works director here, tremendous people, staff working for all these agencies. But if you ever drive by and see a car with a flat tire, eventually you can put the air and lift the car back up. When the ground subsides, we don't have ways of lifting the ground back up. We can't jack it back up. So then the availability of storage space is lost. And as speakers have mentioned, we've had increased population, this and that. It's all stuff that's extremely important. And I consider it a privilege to be on this council and to have been able to serve on some of these water agency things. It's a big deal. I hope that all the people that are here now for the regular meeting take a chance to watch this, because I know that one of the things that I first heard when I got on this board from a previous public works director, that it is amazing in this nation, the thing that we consider most precious when we turn on the tap that we would give our children to drink is the same material we use to flush down human waste in the toilet. It's something that's bizarre, but that's what happens here. And I don't have a fix for that unless something big. But Mayor, thank you very much. I hope my fellow councilmen have some comments, because this was a rare opportunity to have these organizations in the same room giving you their pitch.
Council members, any other comments? Okay, so if not, thank you again, Michael. Thank the City of Oxnard, Fox Canyon, Callegas, and United for excellent presentation. I think we all learned something today, besides having water to drink. But I think it's important. That's a lifeline item, as I mentioned before, and it's really important to all of us. And thank you again for your presentations and so forth. Michael, thank you so much. And I know we have a lot of our youth here today, but we're going to take a 5-minute break because we've been sitting here for a couple of 2 or 3 hours, and we'll be right back. Just 5-minute break.
Can he pre-register to speak?
Great, great, great. Thank you. We're going to resume our city council member after the short recess. Our next item is the opening ceremonies, item E. Please all stand up and salute our flag, and we have our Mayor Pro Tem help us out with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please place your hand over your heart and also remove your hats. Join me in saluting the flag of our nation by saying, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Excuse me, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am?
I have an announcement. For the record, Councilmember Valenzuela joined the meeting at 5:35 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. And today we have a really big honor today. We have the coaches from El Rio come up to the dais and bring all your people up here. I just want to share that tonight we want to congratulate the El Rio Fast Pitch team for winning the 2024 12U Gold All-Star USA Softball State Championship and also the National Championship Tournament. We're very, very proud of all these children and coaches for representing El Rio and Oxnard. So come, all the kids come on over. Come on up. Bring the kids over and they'll read this, okay? Let me see. First of all, can you hear me? Okay, I'm going to call one of the coaches. I'm going to call, because this is a young lady, Coach Vanessa Ramos. Where are you? Couldn't make it, my goodness. Oh, really? Death in the family. But I'm going to read this one. certificate accommodation presented to Coach Vanessa Ramos. Couldn't make it today because of family efforts that she had today. The El Rio Fast Pitch 12U Colt All-Star Team with the City of Oxnard City Council does hereby present the certificate of commendation to Coach Vanessa Ramos for her commitment to teamwork, her belief in healthy, competitive spirit, dedication in achieving a goal, and offer her congratulations on the winning of the 2024 12U Gold All-Star USA Softball Championship Team, and also the USA National Champion Tournament. Hereby extends the best wishes and a much success in the future endeavors. In witness thereof, I, John Zergos, the mayor of the city of Oxnard, on behalf of the entire city council, set that seal of Oxnard on this great day of September 17th, 2024. And please give this to Vanessa when you see her. And congratulations to all of you. And it really reached the same for all of you. And I have a certificate also to Coach Mario Quintana. Mario? And I'm not going to read it again, okay? And then we have one for Coach Ramon Tinoco. Mr. Tinoco, congratulations. And then we have one for Coach Zeke Colon, the boss.
Don't want to say the boss, but.
And also we have the council members, and then I'll have you share something. We'll start off with.
Isabella Bravo. Ms. Bravo? She's actually on vacation. She's on vacation, okay. We'll make sure that she gets this. Lilian Padilla. I mispronounced. Congratulations. And on this one, Lilian Quintana. I need to ask a question first. Mario, is this yours? I want to say this, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Mario Quintana, a longtime activist in the community. Congratulations, Mario. And you, congratulations.
The first one I have here is for Miss Aubrey Tinoco. And for Le Ramos. Okay.
And I have a certificate for Maya Montejano. Melania Gomez. And Ruth Vasquez.
Okay, let me see. Councilman Basua.
Okay, I have Jocelyn Gallegos. And Haley Cohen.
I have Jailene Sunika. And Emma Alanis.
Thank you. All right, I have two more here. First, I have Charlie Bernal. Congratulations. And Maya Ambris. Congrats.
Thank you, and I really put your hands together again for these young ladies. It really, you know, it's kind of, I called Oxnard the city of champions, and El Rio is part of Oxnard, right? And I think, thank you, El Rio. And El Rio's always come up with very, very good teams, whether it's baseball, whether it's football or softball. But I'm really, really proud of our young ladies today because you guys have really represented the city of Oxnard and El Rio especially. Thank you for all your good work. And Coach, you'd like to say a couple of words?
Well, I just want to say, first of all, I can't say how proud I am of these girls for their achievements and for the commitment to what they've done all season. That's including rec season for All Stars, and then doing All Stars after. It was a long ride, long road, but these girls they never gave up, and because of that, this is the consequences right here. So I'm just proud of these girls. Congratulations, ladies, and I hope to see you guys again here next year, same spot.
Coach.
I just want to say, good job, ladies. You guys worked hard, and you guys deserve it. You guys deserve this win. I mean, this championship, and I hope we do it again next year. Good job.
Same here. I mean, we worked very hard. All of these girls put so much effort into it, so I can't really appreciate how much they put into this every day to reach it here, to be right here in front of everyone on City Council. Says a lot. They earned it. Good job, girls.
One of the things I'd like to share, they're always talking about our youth, they're getting in trouble, they do X, Y, and Z, and so forth. But these young ladies are mentors. You're proven that you can do great things, and I really, really commend you. On behalf of the City of Oxnard, on behalf of all the City Council and our staff here today and everybody, again, thank you for your good work. We're very, very proud of you. Thank you again. And again, put your hands together one more time for this, folks. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Miguel. You can go out this way. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Sharon, let me have that so they can take that. We have a stack over there. Thank you, Coach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you. Absolutely. Very, very good job. Thank you so much. Thank you, Coach. Now you got to take him to pizza. Two toppers. Thank you, Coach. Okay. Okay, we have one more item. Mr. Fisher, our city attorney. And this is a proclamation, Constitution Week, September 17 to 23, 24. Whereas on September 17, 2024, marks 237th anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America. Whereas the story of framing and adaptation of the Constitution constitutes one of the most inspiring and significant chapters of the history and foundation of this country. Whereas the Constitution Week gives every American an opportunity to reflect upon the vision, the hope, the promise, and represented by the vital document and fortitude of the forebearers in creating it. And where Congress in joint resolution set aside the week beginning September 17 of each year as Constitution Week, a time for contemplation, for commemoration of the history acts which resulted in the formation of our Constitution and laid the foundation of the birth of the United States of America. Where the City of Oxnard wants to invite every citizen and institution to join in this national commemoration of the Constitution and gain a better understanding of the privileges and obligations set forth in the document and the groundbreaking ideas upon this nation that was established and built. Now, therefore, John C. Zaragoza, the Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby proclaim the week of September 17 and 23rd as Constitution Week, and this is signed by the Mayor of the City of Oxnard. Thank you, Mr. Fisher, for accepting this.
What does he get?
Thank you, Mayor. We will display this prominently and like to encourage everybody to actually read the Constitution. And here, if you hold on to this for a second. So you can find these handy little Constitution pocket editions. And if you actually read the document, you find all kinds of interesting factoids like the footnote to Amendment 27, which is the most recently ratified amendment, and also had the longest journey to ratification. Congress submitted the text of the 27th Amendment to the states as part of the proposed Bill of Rights on September 25, 1789. The amendment was not ratified together with the first 10 amendments which became effective on December 15, 1791, the 27th Amendment was ratified on May 7, 1992, by the vote of Michigan. So,
Good history.
there's an opportunity to change this document too, and maybe a long road, but can be done.
We can amend it accordingly.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Put your hands together for City Council. Thank you so much. Thank you, Steve. Do we have a Alex, I could take a picture of this? No. Okay. We have one more combination here. I'd like to invite Esther Anaya, Executive Director of the ARC of Ventura. Also, Brian Schumacher, and additionally Guadalupe Escobar and Juan Garcia for the ARC of Ventura County 70th anniversary. Coming up, guys. Welcome. Well, who's going to receive this? Esther? Okay, this is commendation, the Arc of Ventura County's 70th anniversary, whereas the Arc of Ventura County celebrated its 70th anniversary, is committed to providing services and support to the people with intellectual development disabilities called IDD, and achieve their goals towards a life of opportunity, choice, participation, and contribution. Where the ARCs established in August 1954 in the city of Santa Paula, and has since served thousands of individuals with IDD and their families throughout Ventura County. Whereas the ARC fosters respect for the unique strength and abilities of each individual served, for the support staff, and together with the contributions that enrich our community and enhance our diversity. Whereas the ARCs empowers independence, self-determination, self-esteem in individuals with IDD by recognizing their talents and their needs, as well as barriers and obstacles they face in their quest to achieve their dreams. And where the ARC supports and determines spirit of self-advocacy and efforts with their efforts, and take an active role in continued development of a society where all people are considered equal. And whereas ARC provides programs and services to more than 650 individuals with IDD and employs over 220 Ventura County residents. Now therefore, I, John C. Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, on behalf of the entire City Council, hereby commend the ARC of Ventura County that has served for our community, and extensive best congratulations in the occasion of the 70th anniversary. And this is signed by the Mayor of Oxnard. Esther, you'd like to say a couple of words?
Thank you, Mayor, fellow council members. On behalf of the ARC of Ventura County, we proudly accept this commendation. 70 years ago, a group of parents challenged the system and created the ARC of Ventura County so that their adult children would have a place to recreate, grow their independence, and contribute to their communities. Today, 70 years later, we support close to 700 individuals throughout Ventura County, many who are happy to call Oxnard home. We are your friends, your neighbors, your family, and we proudly accept this commendation on behalf of all the people that we support. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much again. 70 years is a lot of work, and we really want to thank you for the IDD folks, the very productive individuals, and I know you've done a lot of good work, and thank you again for your good work. Volunteers are really important to all of us here in Oxnard, and that's really, really important. Thank you again for the volunteerism, and you are welcome, and congratulations on the 70th anniversary. Thank you so much. Put your hands together one more time for thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Our next item is item G. This is public comments not on the agenda, and I have several speakers that I'd like to call at this time. And I'm going to start off with Ronald Araujo, Planning Commissioner Chair. Ronald.
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza and City Council members. My name is Ronald Araujo, and I'm the Chair of the Planning Commission, and in accordance with Rule 10, restriction on representation of the rules and procedures of the Planning Commission, I'm speaking on behalf of the Planning Commission on my remarks to you today. The Planning Commission is recommending that the City Council agendize approval to amend Sections 296 and 297 of the Oxnard City Code as detailed in a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Oxnard pertaining to compensation for members of the Planning Commission that was passed with no dissenting votes by the Planning Commission on August 15. Planning commissioners do not receive compensation for their time in attending meetings, and according to data gathered as of August, is the only planning commission which does not receive compensation in Ventura County. In order to encourage qualified persons to become members of the Planning Commission, it is prudent and logical to offer compensation to current and future members to increase retention and applications to serve as a member. All the current Oxnard Planning Commissioners are newly appointed, an exception in Ventura County in which some bodies have at least one member serving their second four-year term. It is possible and reasonable that if compensation were offered, there would be more members still serving on the Planning Commission for a second consecutive term, thereby contributing with their institutional and historical knowledge in deliberations. I encourage all to view the presentation with data on the other planning commissions throughout this and the adjacent counties, in addition to the full deliberation of the facts in agenda item G2 of the August 15, 2024 Planning Commission meeting. Offering a modest compensation to current and future members is in the best interest of the city to improve the retention and recruitment of qualified persons to become Planning Commission members, and that those members are compensated comparably to Planning Commission members of other cities within Ventura County and the surrounding counties of Kern, Santa Barbara, and Los Angeles. The Planning Commission strongly requests that the City Council agendize discussion and approval to the Finance and Government City Council Committee to amend Sections 296 and 297 of the Oxnard City Code regarding the compensation and finances of the Planning Commission as detailed in the aforementioned resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronald. I'm sure the staff was listening to your presentation. Our next speaker is Steve Nash, followed by Donnie Akins. Steve Nash.
Thank you, and good to see you again, Mayor, council members, staff. Hi, I'm Steve Nash, and I'm running for the United Water Conservation District Division 4 board seat. Please visit my website at www.nash4water.com, and on the homepage you'll see a list of the neighborhood councils that my division encompasses. I have an environmental studies degree from UCSB, a water science AS degree from Ventura College. I retired in 2010 from the city of Oxnard after 31 years, and I was a lifelong union member, first with Operating Engineers 501, and later with SEIU 2015. I have proudly volunteered my services with the city of Oxnard through all levels of INCO, the Utility Ratepayers Advisory Panel. I'm currently serving on my fourth term with the Planning Commission, and I did not put Ron up to that stipend thing, but I did vote to have a unanimity among the Planning Commission. And I was extremely proud to be the chairperson of the Ethics Advisory Subcommittee. I'm deeply honored and humbled to be endorsed by Mayor Zaragoza, council members Tehran, Madrigal, Basua, Perello and Valenzuela, and also by our supervisor Vianney Lopez and the good cult of Oxnard. We are blessed to have a vast aquifer under our feet. However, over the decades, it has been depleted and mismanaged. It is characterized as being critically overdrafted by the California Department of Water Resources. One metric I'll offer as to the efficacy of past and present boards of United is that for the last 20 years, United has diverted an average of 36,379 acre-feet of water from the Santa Clara River into the 4-bay spreading grounds. This information is from a California Records Act request by the Fox Canyon GMA fiscal year 2024-25 budget report states to forecast revenue, they use an average pumping rate of 121,000 acre-feet per year. So you can see for yourself that this leaves an average deficit of 84,621 acre-feet per year. If your investment banker offered you this rate of return, you would fire him in a New York minute. There are other governance issues that need to be addressed, so I respectfully ask for your vote November 5th. Thank you for this time.
Thank you. Donnie Akins, followed by Rachel Jones.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I am Donnie Aiken, and I am running for United Water Conservation District Board of Directors, Division 6. Born and raised in Bowman, South Carolina, I graduated from Bowman High School. Soon after, I joined the U.S. Navy. I proudly served my country for over 14 years, earning an honorable discharge. After my military service, I continued to serve as a civilian technician, working on aircraft and space shuttles, including a stint at SpaceX. Today, I'm back with the Navy, still making a difference. As a devoted husband, father, oldest sibling of 4, I know the importance of community and family. I'm a strong-minded individual who enjoys life to the fullest and dedicates to making a positive impact. Now I'm eager to continue serving my community in a significant way. I believe we deserve leaders who prioritize our trust and well-being rather than special interests. We shouldn't have to worry about unethical practice like water rerouting, meter tampering. As a trustworthy and integrity-driven candidate, my sole motive is to serve our community. I am committed to putting our community first with ethical, transparent leadership. I will bring fresh ideas, new perspective, and an energy to address critical issues. Support the interests of my residents of my district, and preserve and enhance what makes our community special. My values align with United Water's mission to manage, protect, conserve, and enhance our water resources, ensuring a reliable, sustainable supply for all users, not just a select few, but every single one. With my unique blend of military service, technical expertise, and community values, I am confident that I am able to effectively serve as a board member. I am dedicated to working diligently for the betterment of our community. Your input and support are critical to the success of United Water. I respectfully ask for your support in this election and appreciate your consideration for my candidacy. It is time for a new leadership for a critical resource. I would like to end by saying thank you very much for the workshop. For someone who is new to this particular important field, it was very informational and it helped me to better understand the role that I would have to undertake if elected. Thank you very much and have a great evening.
Thank you. Rachel Jones, followed by Steve Huber.
I'm short, so excuse my... Well, you may have caught a theme. My name is Rachel Jones, and I am also running for United Water, District 7, so those coastal communities. And I encourage you to go back and watch, if you haven't online, the water workshop that took place prior to this meeting. As a coastal resident, we're really going to be impacted by saltwater intrusion, and therefore, the security of our water in the future, which, double down by environmental changes with sea level rise. And My background is a bit diverse. I have a cybersecurity and computer science background from Johns Hopkins, and I'm currently attending there as well for my MBA with hopes to be CPA certified here before too long. And so when it comes to making critical decisions about our future, I hope to use these skills that I've attained to make informed, data-driven decisions to help better our community for many, many, many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Hubert, followed by Pat Brown.
Good evening, Steve Huber. I'm a former planning commissioner, and I agree that a stipend, it's time for a stipend. When I was on the planning commission, the city was in dire straits financially, and we did not think it was appropriate to be paid. I know that the amount of work I did every meeting was worthy of a master's degree, all the work that was went in to be read. So even if you paid me $100, it was about $5 an hour with the amount of work that I did as a planning commissioner. I'd just like to take a quick break, and it is election season, and I recall a conversation with Carmen Ramirez, may she rest in peace, but she said, make sure you do the research on the candidates. Currently, I'm not running, but people are saying that I'm corrupt and fraudulent because they're inferring that because I'm on the United Board that everybody's bad by association. That is personal. I have a national security clearance. The Defense Security Service proved that I have no problems. If someone has evidence that I am what they say I am, please talk to Defense Security Service so we can get this cleared up. But please don't make stuff up just to try and get elected. So please do your homework and research the candidates. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Pat Brown, followed by Lynn Mulhart.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Because most of the other people that have been up here have not been talking through the mic. They think they are, but they're not. The reason I want to bring this item up, I know I brought it up before, but I don't think you're really getting the full gist of this thing. This is a problem that we have along Oxnard Boulevard from 5th Street to 9th Street. On the east side of the boulevard, we have these old used car lots that are empty with homeless hanging around them and leaving all their trash just strung around them. And this has been going on for years. Now, something needs to be done about this. We need to upgrade Oxnard Boulevard, right in that area where all those used car lots are that are empty. We need to upgrade. We need to have some local businesses, small businesses on the ground floor, and above, maybe 2-3 stories up at least, housing. Housing. Apartments, small apartments, but reasonable price, so they don't have to be out on the street sleeping. Do you understand what I'm getting at? We can upgrade that whole area. All we have to do is just start from the ground with small buildings, with businesses that we need, and then right on up above, housing for the homeless and the almost homeless that have just a little bit, just enough to make it worth it, to straighten this up and make it look nice. Otherwise, Oxnard Boulevard is going downhill. Oxnard Boulevard is not going to be the center of Oxnard. It's going to be on the other side of the boulevard if we don't watch it. We need to have that kind of decor on this area, on the east side of Oxnard Boulevard, all along there. You see it, you try not to see it, And in the morning and in the evening, the boulevard is just struck with just cars and buildings and trucks, big trucks, all kinds of stuff. I mean, it just looks dreadful along with that. So we need that all upgraded. It's going to look better. It's going to attract more attention to the
Thank you, Pat.
businesses that we already have.
Thank you.
And everybody's going to be happy.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you. Lynn Mulhart, followed by Melissa Munoz. Lynn Mulhart.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm Lynn Mulhart, and I'm running for re-election for United Water Conservation District. My background, I'm born and raised in Oxnard, educated in Oxnard, attended Santa Clara High School, class of 66. Attended Loyola University in Los Angeles, class of 70. I have a bachelor's degree in physics. I have a master's degree in management and human relations from Webster University, St. Louis, 1976. I was commissioned a second lieutenant in the United States Air Force, trained as a fighter pilot, flew in Vietnam. I flew F-4 Phantoms. I have 127 missions, awarded 3 Distinguished Flying Crosses, 9 Air Medals. I've been recognized as a leader in Ventura County in the area of water by the state Senate, by this body, by a variety of bodies. I bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to the business of water. I've sat through meetings with the mayor. I've sat through meetings with Councilman Perello. They know exactly what I can and cannot do, and I appreciate their companionship and leadership when I was serving in those capacities. I asked for the vote because I believe that the problems that can be solved in this area require an understanding of technical skills, technical things, require money. United Water Conservation District has had 15+ years of clean audits. Every time we submit grant money and bond funding, we get no dings. United runs a very tight organization, and the key to United is the leadership that the board gives in hiring a staff that is competent to do the work, give them the reins, give them the tools to do the work, and we accomplish amazing things. The city and the state, as I have said earlier, has grown, so the problems keep moving with the growth. I believe we can solve these problems. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Melissa Munoz.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Zaragoza. My name is Melissa Munoz, and I am a student at Oxnard College and a fellow with Climate First, Replacing Oil and Gas, or better known as CFROG. I am here to inform and invite you all to an upcoming community input session we will be hosting at Oxnard High School Library on the 26th of this month from 5 to 7 p.m. This event will be co-hosted by the California Air Resources Board and Community Environmental Council. CARB, or California Air Resources Board, is currently in the process of developing new advanced clean car amendments. This event is an opportunity for community members to share their input on these new EV regulations and standards to ensure that the community's needs, interests, and concerns are considered and included before making any decisions. Ventura County plays an important role in determining the future of clean transportation in California, so it is crucial that these policies are informed by and reflect the populations they intend to serve. We will be presenting ways in which the state is working and to reduce air pollution from gasoline cars and light trucks, while also enhancing the process of purchasing and driving a zero-emission vehicle. We know that better decisions are made when everyone has a voice in the process. So that is why it is important that CARB hears from you. Passenger vehicles have become less polluting, yet transportation and its associated fuels continue to contribute significantly to greenhouse gas emissions, smog, and toxic air pollutant emissions. These pollutants directly affect your health, the environment, and the economy. Clean transportation is critical to meeting California's health-based air quality standards and climate change goals, especially in areas with the dirtiest air in our state. Being the fastest warming county in the lower 48 United States, Ventura County has the opportunity to be a leader in the transition to a clean economy, and we need you to be a part of it. Spanish and Mixteco interpretation will be provided, as well as food, refreshments, and activities for children and families. With that being said, if you are interested and available to attend, we will leave flyers with the RSVP in the info at the front. We'll also leave our contact information if anybody has any questions or would like to reach out with information. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any additional speakers either virtually or here in the audience?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any additional speakers in person or virtually. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next item, item H, is a report of the city manager. Mr. City Manager.
And I have nothing this week. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item, item HI, this is City Council, Housing Authority. This is a time for our council members to have any brief announcements of their activities, or also if you'd like to place any items in the agenda. And we have 3 minutes, and we'll start off with Councilman Teran.
Thank you. I was going to ask Ms. Munoz which district she's running for United Water, but just kidding. So, all right. Okay, so a couple of quick items here.
I have 3 minutes, 9 minutes, no minutes. I understand, I'm teasing you.
You want questions?
Oh, no, I was just kidding. Ms. Munoz was the last speaker. And we had everyone, I appreciate everyone coming out and sharing their information on their candidacy. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mulhart. All right, and I do want to thank all the speakers for coming out tonight and for the folks who joined us for the water workshop. I know I said that at the conclusion of it, but I do want to thank all of the partner agencies and our public works staff and members of the public who came out to view them. And again, as Councilmember Perello said, a rare occasion to get all of them in one place at one time, to be able to see all that information, see the inner workings and the interactions between those agencies and how it serves the general public. So thank you again to all of them. So for my comments, I got a few quick things here, Mayor. I want to let the public know that we had 2 town hall meetings for the River Park neighborhood for their 4 ballot initiatives that they will be seeing on the November ballot, which again, ballots are mailed out in a couple weeks here. They'll be landing in your mailbox. So even though it's the November 5th election, you have a couple of weeks to actually get your vote in, not just that day. So anyhow, we had a September 5th and a September 9th town hall meeting. September 5th in person, September 9th was virtual online. I just want to thank the city manager, Mr. Nguyen, and our special districts manager, Mr. Anthony Miller, and our chief of police, Chief Benitez, for presenting the information, as well as the other staff who came out to provide additional information for any questions that came up from the public regarding those items or regarding the measures. The recording for the webinar is already up. That's an easy one because it was recorded on Zoom. The subsequent ones with the in-person and the questions that were asked for both of those will be posted in the coming days for the public to be able to view. And again, I just want to thank all the staff that went into that, but also want to thank the residents who came out in person. I'm going to estimate, had 60 to 70 people in the gym at Rio Vista Middle School. I think we had 50 chairs and we ran out of chairs. And then for all the folks who came out to the webinar as well. So I hope the residents of River Park can take a look at those recordings if they didn't get to see them, if they didn't get to attend, and they can use that information for consideration on their ballots. Last few things here, Sierra Linda Neighborhood Council will be meeting next Wednesday, the 26th at 7 p.m. at Sierra Linda School. And that's in District 2. And I want to thank our environmental resources folks. There was a project that I worked with them on prior to the legislative recess for the City Council, where we did a targeted effort in District 2 for any residents who had their trash containers or lids broken, or had containers that were broken or had severe damage and needed to be replaced, just the whole container. And I created these small little square flyers that I would go out and on the trash day for each of the neighborhoods. And I learned which day was for the neighborhoods in District 2, that's burned in my memory now. But when I would find a trash can that had a broken lid, I'd leave the little flyer on there, and it told them how they could get it replaced. And in total, we had over 100 service requests from District 2 residents we had about 73 lids of all the 3 colors replaced, and actually 35 whole containers needed to be replaced. And there was one that didn't end up on this list because it was in such bad shape. I just took a picture and sent it directly to staff and said, can we get this replaced? It was in really bad shape. I don't know how it was even usable at that point. So I want to thank all the residents who participated in that. I got a lot of really great compliments, and at National Night Out at Carriage Square, had a very, very, very satisfied resident who was so happy to not only know that we had such a program to replace her lids, but she was very happy with the amount of time it took, the quick turnaround time to get it. And so with that, now that we've finished that project, thanks again to our environmental resources staff. If you have a broken lid, you have 2 ways that you can have to request to have that replaced. And you can call 805-385-8060, 385-8060 for our environmental resources line. Or you can now go on the 311 app and go into the area for trash or refuse. And there's actually a thing that says broken lid or container. You can click on that, take a picture of your lid, tell them your address, and they will get it taken care of. So, and my last thing, Mayor, I appreciate our chair of the Planning Commission, Mr. Arwejo, coming out here this evening. I did watch that Planning Commission meeting where they had that discussion, and Councilmember Perello and I have stated this a number of times already from the dais that all of our commissions are all volunteer. I served as a Parks and Rec commissioner, and as Councilmember Perello says, the commissioners don't get a cup of coffee, they don't get a tank of gas. They do this strictly on a voluntary basis. The Planning Commission, as Mr. Huber had mentioned, they do a ton of work. I invite any member of the public to reach out to your representatives on the Planning Commission who are appointed to those positions and ask to sit down with them as they prepare for one of their meetings. Go meet with them at a coffee shop somewhere and sit there as they prep and read through what they have to prep for the coming meeting. And that's every agendized meeting that comes up. It's not just they do it once every 6 months or something. It's a regular commitment. So I would like to request an agendized item to discuss and have staff share with the council this item and the information that was shared at the Planning Commission, and as the chair had shared tonight, to look at stipends for the Planning Commission. So I'd like to request to have that agendized future meeting. All right, and those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you very much. Hopefully everyone has been having a wonderful week and a wonderful September overall. Briefly, tomorrow there is a East Village neighborhood meeting. It's an opportunity to meet candidates not only for city races, but races throughout the county and school boards that pertain to that particular area. Next Thursday, they're having a similar event at the Rio Lindo neighborhood as well. So a wonderful time to meet those candidates for the November election. And then over the last 2 weeks, just this past Sunday, I had the privilege of attending the Fiestas Patrias parade. It's a wonderful event, wonderful turnout that was brought by the radio station La M. So other than that, that's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Basua.
I've got nothing. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Perello.
Thank you. I'd like to just follow up on what Councilmember Madrigal said. East Village is going to be putting on a heck of a meeting. Let me find it so I read it directly out of here. The things that I've done since things that I've been involved in since the last time. Went to a neighborhood council via Marina. Extremely interesting. There's a lot of concerns by the chair about specific things. He's gotten direction on where to take that information. Was involved in the cleanup at Cabrillo neighborhood, and it was very eventful. Again, there is going to be a neighborhood council meeting tomorrow at Blackstock South. That's at the South Oxnard Center. But at the same time, there's a neighborhood council meeting in East Village. In the East Village Neighborhood Council, there's an opportunity how they're going to do it between and the time starts 6:15 to 7:45. It's going to be interesting how they do this. And I give them all the credit in the world for having this amount of opportunity for people to see all of these positions. They'll have the city council, beg your pardon, they'll have the city of Oxnard city clerk, city treasurer, mayor, and city council member for District 3. They'll have the Rio Elementary School District Trustee number 5, position that's up for election. The United Water Conservation District Director number 4, those candidates. The Ventura County Board of Education Trustee, Area 3, and the Ventura County Community College District, Area number 3 also. If you've never been to a candidate debate, this is something that you should take an opportunity to see. As ladies and gentlemen, I can only speak for myself. I'm sure the others up here and those that have won or lost, when you get into the ring, nobody's there with you. You put your head on the block and people get their shots. It takes a lot of intestinal fortitude to put your name in the ring, and I give them all the credit in the world. Here's an opportunity for them to share their views and why they're asking for your support. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Valenzuela.
Yes. So last Thursday, I was able to attend the Redwood Neighborhood Council meeting and got to see our own Oxnard Fire staff give the residents information on the EMS course that are getting started this upcoming year. And actually tonight there was a Cal Giesler Neighborhood Council meeting, but unfortunately I was unable to make it because, doing the job that we are elected to do and being here on the council. But tomorrow night there is going to be a Blackstock South meeting at 6 p.m., I believe, at the South Oxnard Library Center. And yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is item J. Yes, sir?
Can I get one more?
You forgot something?
Yes, my apologies. If you'll give me just a few more seconds here. I would be remiss if I didn't share this. I meant to share at the previous meeting, and it carried over to this note for this meeting. I just want the public to remember, and you may have seen and heard it publicized, that September is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. And I just wanted to share that publicly in the dais that we have here. For anyone who is having thoughts of suicide or worried about someone who is, there's a number 988. It's a suicide and crisis lifeline. It's available 24 hours a day from any cell phone, any landline. Anybody can call it and speak to a live human being who will talk with them about their thoughts of suicide and work with them. And even people who are not having thoughts of suicide but just need to speak to someone, you can call that number at any time for that as well.
And Councilman, what's the phone number?
988. The 2 numbers, or 3 numbers, 988. Just like 911, but 988.
Very important. Thank you
you
so much. Thank you. Our next item J, this is a review of the consent agenda. And do we have any speakers on the consent, Madam Clerk?
Mayor, we do not have any speakers virtually or in person.
Okay, we have 1 to 6 items, and my understanding is that Councilman Turan has to recuse himself from item number 3 and item number 5.
That's correct, Mayor. Thank you. I will be recusing myself from these 2 items in the consent calendar, or excuse me, the consent items, just due to the nature of my work and some contract work I do with the County of Ventura. Just out of an abundance of caution, there is no actual line of funding that goes to these items that goes to my work, but just due to the nature of these items, I will be recusing myself. Thank you.
So, Mr. City Attorney, my understanding is if there's no a conversation or so forth on item number 3, he can stay on, but if there is, then he has to recuse and move himself from the dais.
Correct. For items on the consent agenda, he does not have to leave the dais.
Okay. Council members, any other questions or we need a motion, items 1 to 6?
Mr. Mayor, I would move them for consent with the exception of item 3 and 5 be pulled for a separate vote.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, roll call. Madam Clerk, this is regarding all items except 3 and 5, and then we will take that separately. No speakers.
Mayor, may I please confirm I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, and we have a second by Councilmember Madrigal?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Basua?
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye.
Councilmember Perello?
Yes.
Councilmember Turan?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald?
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza?
Aye.
So for consent items L1, L2, L4, and L6, motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Our next, then we need a motion, item 3 and 5.
I included that in my original motion.
Motion, okay, we'll take a vote on item 3 and 5.
So we'll have a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem McDonald and a second by Councilmember Madrigal.
Correct. Roll call.
Councilmember Basua?
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello?
Yes.
Councilmember Turan?
I am recusing from these 2 items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Valenzuela?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald?
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza?
Aye.
So for consent items L3 and L5, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, a second by Councilmember Madrigal, and the vote is 6 yeses, 0 noes, and 1 recusal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is item M1. This is a time and place set for a public hearing on item M1. Subject, request for a zone change to adopt a proposed affordable housing discretionary AHD additive zone for the project site and an appeal of planning zone permit number 22-500-04, special use permit, property located at 2151 Lockwood Street. APN number is 213-0-090-275. The project name is Lockwood 3 Apartments. The recommendation of the City Council conduct a public hearing. 1, to adopt a resolution adopting the final initial study mitigation declaration, negative declaration, final IS-MND number 2401 for 2151 Lockwood Street, Lockwood 3 Apartment Project, Governor's Office of Planning and Research State, Clearinghouse number 20240305528, and 2, introduce the ordinance by title only, waiving any further reading, and approving the planning and zoning permit number 22-570-0, zone change subject to certain findings and conditions. 3, adopt a resolution denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission decision to grant any planning and zoning permit number 22-500-4 special use permit and planning and zoning permit number 22-53503 density bonus subject to certain findings and conditions. We start off with the city clerk certification and publication and any written communications. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on September 5th, 2024. The city clerk's office has not received written communications on this item.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do any council members have any ex parte communications or other disclosures regarding this matter to state for the record? We'll start off with Councilmember Valenzuela.
None.
None.
I had discussion with the applicants, I think it was the other day or a couple days ago. It was just general discussion, no promises or guarantees were given at that time.
And I also had a phone call for one of the applicants, and it was nothing discussed other than the project was still going to be heard today. Councilman Basua? None?
Same as Mayor Pro Tem, I did have a discussion with the applicant.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman?
I also had a requested meeting with the applicants. They had requested just an information session and questions. No promises were made. I did not have any communication with the appellant. Excuse me, the appellant. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you then. And the next item would be the Planning and Environmental Services Manager, Joe Pearson, posted a video presentation regarding this item, and staff will make a short presentation and are available to answer any brief clarifying questions council members may have before we take any public testimony. The council will deliberate at the public hearing has been closed. And I'm going to turn this matter over to staff. Joe?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Before you today is the Lockwood 3 project. As identified in the staff report, there was an appeal filed on the Planning Commission's approval of the special use permit. The appeal identifies two primary issues. One has to do with the number of affordable units as well as issues with the environmental document. The issues raised in the appeal does not change staff's recommendation. So staff is still recommending that the City Council approve the project and adopt the environmental document as we believe that it is sufficient. The project also includes a zone change, which was already required to become before the before the City Council. That was recommended for approval by the Planning Commission, and again, it's before the Council today. I'm joined here by our CEQA consultant, Michael Houlihan, with ESA Environmental Consultants, who worked with us to prepare the environmental document, and so we are both available for questions.
Any questions of staff? If not, then the appellant supporters of Alliance for Environmental Responsibility has up to 15 minutes to present its appeal. Does the appellant wish to reserve any part of this time for a rebuttal? Once the appellant responds to the state, the appellant, please proceed for the presentation. Do we have the appellant here to this evening? He's up, okay. Can you state your name and
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me? Okay.
Good evening.
Hi. I will preface that I caught a cold over the weekend, so if I'm sounding a little stuffy, my apologies for that. But yeah, I within the 15 minutes reserved for me, I will try to reserve 5 minutes of our time to respond to the applicant.
Oh, thank you. Cam.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza and honorable council members. My name is Marjana Bubo, and I represent the appellant SAFER, the Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, and its members who live, work, and recreate in and around the city of Oxnard. We've been involved throughout the administrative process and have submitted comments for this project, including one earlier this morning. And again, I'll reserve 5 minutes of my time to respond to anything raised by the applicant.
And the city clerk will need to track that time. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So SAFER has reviewed the project MND and maintained our appeal that an environmental impact report is required because the project may have potentially significant environmental impacts. SAFER has raised several issues related to air quality and noise, both of which we've responded to in our previously submitted comments. We've also reviewed the city's response to our comments and acknowledged the difference of opinion between SAFER's independent expert findings and the findings included in the mitigated negative declaration. However, it should be noted the clear case law surrounding mitigated negative declaration proposals. As we have explained in our comment letters, disagreements between experts or where there exists conflicting substantial evidence, such disputes should be resolved in the preparation of an EIR. Relatedly, where there is substantial evidence of a fair argument that the MND's proposed mitigation measures are inadequate to avoid or mitigate the impacts to a less than significant level, an EIR is required. Here, the staff report explains that while the MND identified potentially significant impacts to biological resources, mitigation measure Bio-1 has been required to reduce these potential impacts to a level below significance. However, SAFER retained Dr. Sean Smallwood, an expert biologist and ecologist, who concluded that merely conducting a pre-construction survey for active bird nests alone is insufficient. It's clear that imposing pre-construction surveys will not remedy or even mitigate impacts below significance levels, let alone address the other biological issues that we raise in our comments that we believe remain unaddressed. Dr. Smallwood also identified issues related to habitat loss, wildlife movement, and increased collisions and mortalities due to the increased traffic that the project will bring. All of these result in potentially significant impacts to special status species as well as wildlife at large. Dr. Smallwood has suggested a menu of mitigation measures for the city to consider. We believe that the city's insistence to rely on just one mitigation measure to address biological resource impacts is insufficient under CEQA. Separately, SAFER disagrees with the city's assertion that the project's affordable housing requirement has been satisfied. The staff report explains that density bonus units are separately considered from the affordability calculation under the AHD additive zone in which this project relies on. We respectfully disagree. The city's code explicitly says that all housing units built pursuant to the division shall provide a minimum of 20% of all units to be affordable. The project that has been presented before the city is not a 156 unit project or a 78 unit project, but rather a 234 unit project. The pictures, renderings, and designs includes everything, even the units proposed under the density bonus. And so it's clear that all of the units proposed and considered, including density bonus units, are being built pursuant to the provision. When the ordinance codifying the city's affordable housing overlay zone was first proposed, it could have easily included language specifying that density bonus units should not be calculated when determining the minimum affordability requirements. In fact, other local jurisdictions, such as City of Menlo Park up north, have done exactly that, whereby its affordable housing overlay zone ordinance says that affordable units shall quote unquote, be calculated based on the total number of units in the development, excluding any units permitted pursuant to its density bonus law, end quote. Here, however, no such language exists, and SAFER believes that the plain meaning of the law should apply. The city should not interpret its code in such a way that implies certain carve-outs, nor should it dismiss the opportunity for projects such as this one to be more affordable. In conclusion, SAFER has submitted substantial evidence of a fair argument that the project may have potentially significant environmental effects, and the M&D prepared for the project does not adequately analyze or mitigate the potentially significant environmental impacts stemming from the project. Furthermore, the project's failure to designate the minimum affordable housing units violates. Thank you.
No, we're good. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Interrupted you.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, just to wrap it up, the project's failure to designate the minimum affordable housing units violates the city's municipal code to grant their zone change. And so for the reasons I've explained above, as well as the issues that we raised in all of our written communications that we've submitted to the city, we respectfully request the City Council to refrain from taking any action on the project at this time and to supply the needed affordable housing required by the city's zoning code, as well as to prepare the adequate environmental review that is required pursuant to CEQA. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, thank you so much for that. Our applicant, Mark Ross, has up to 15 minutes to present the applicant's position. The applicant, please proceed for your presentation. Mark Ross.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, council members. Appreciate the opportunity to address you guys this evening. My name is Tom Cohen, and I'm here presenting on behalf of the applicant SVM Development LLC and our Lockwood 3 mixed income apartment project. I do have a question. I heard that the appellant submitted a letter or some information this morning. We have not had the opportunity to review that, but I hope staff has and will address that letter in their testimony this evening.
Tom, I didn't get.
We have not received a letter.
We not received a letter.
Okay, well, I heard that in the testimony. I thought I heard that in the testimony.
You heard it, but we haven't.
From the
No,
appellant.
we haven't.
Okay. I'm going to attempt to be brief. I do want to send out special thanks to city staff, in particular to Joe, to Brenna, to Matthew, for your efforts in evaluating and helping to improve our project. We also sincerely appreciate your support and recommendation of approval for the project, as well as the Planning Commission's approval of the project. We have with us tonight the Lauterbach architecture team, Mark Pettit and Lauren Evans. Our civil engineer, I believe, is on Zoom. Also on Zoom, Daryl Nelson, the project transportation engineer, and Chris Karikian, who is with Meridian Consultants, available to answer any questions about noise, air quality, greenhouse gas, health risk assessment, and energy. All items that were discussed in detail in the M&D. We are here to make a positive impact on the city of Oxnard, and tonight we're happy to present what we call the final act in completing our development vision for housing on these 12 acres that was previously approved, as you probably know, for the second phase of the outlet center. Our first two projects, Lockwood 1 and Lockwood 2, are currently under construction finally on the south side of Lockwood Street. 376 all senior, 100% affordable rental units. And Lockwood 3 will deliver 234 mixed income studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedroom rental units, with 38 affordable units provided. Thus, the 12 acres on its own will provide 414 affordable units to the city and 196 market rate units, and we think that's pretty significant. I'm going to skip ahead. Our two properties across the street, Lockwood 1 and 2, were the beneficiaries of the City Council's adoption of the Housing Element Update in 2021, which created and applied an additive zone to certain BRP zone properties in the city. These two lots were given the additive zone AHD, and the Lockwood 3 parcel, however, was not given the additive zone, despite the fact that in an early version of the housing element, it had identified the entire 12 acres to have received that additive zoning. And the reason that the additive zone was not applied to this parcel was that there had been an application pending in the planning department for a hotel development on the 5.17 acres. So therefore, staff and the city's housing element consultant could not rely on this parcel as a site that would or could reasonably be expected to provide for affordable housing in the future to meet the city's RHNA needs. With the hotel project now defunct, it's wholly appropriate to bring housing back to the property and apply the additive zone. I want to hit on the project's adherence to the city's general plans policies to provide affordable housing, to develop on infill sites, to incorporate sustainability principles, which this project does in many substantial ways, and is effectively a horizontal mixed-use project in that it is adjacent to the outlet center with Cal Lutheran and other services. You've got Sakioka Farms, Amazon, Arctic Cold Storage, and other jobs and services nearby, easily walk to or bike to, bus stops and routes within easy walking distances, thereby reducing VMT and GHG emissions. All goals the city has indicated are valued and high on the list of priorities. Our project has been through 2 DAC reviews. We've agreed to all the changes asked by staff. We're upgrading sewer lines far off-site, as well as the sidewalks that are in place. We're improving the views from the US 101 with a substantial 30-foot buffer. And all the identified potentially significant environmental impacts identified in the M&D are being mitigated to levels of insignificance. And we're providing much needed housing and 38 more affordable units to help meet your community's needs as well as your RHNA mandate. We have accepted all 260 condition staff as imposed on the project, and we respectfully request your support and approval of the project. Ask that you deny the appellant's meritless appeal. The appeal is by an organization that challenges projects up and down the state of California, filing literally the same arguments, claiming inadequate CEQA documents. Your city engaged a respected CEQA consultant who independently evaluated the project's impact on the environment, prepared an extensive analysis, and reached a reasoned and thorough conclusion in the final M&D. In addition, the appellant incorrectly challenges the city in its interpretation of how it calculates the required number of affordable units. The city has wide discretion in interpreting its own laws, and Mr. Rozelle made it very clear at the Planning Commission, and I think that point should be made again this evening. On that note, I will say that I'm available to answer any questions, as is any of the team members here tonight, both physically as well as on Zoom. Thank you again for the opportunity to address you.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, and by the way, it says Mark here, so I know.
I submitted a card.
Oh, Tom back there. Okay.
He's with me.
Thank you, Tom.
Got it.
Okay, so now I'm going to open this to the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city's website. And a person that did not sign, yes? No. After, I've got to follow my script here. Okay. The city back. Members of the public are invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city's website. And a person who did not sign up may do so by submitting the speaker card as a speaker on the following instructions of the agenda meeting. Back up a little bit. The speaker card and the following instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting on the city's website on Oxnard/.org meetings. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item? And I do have in the list that I think a person by the name of Margin, A-B-U-B-E.
He spoke on behalf of the appellant. He did his presentation. Thank you, Mayor. We do not have any speakers at this time, virtually or in person, for this public hearing. Thank you, Mayor.
So no other additional speakers then. If there's no other speakers, then the appellant now have given the opportunity to provide a rebuttal. The amount of the rebuttal time will be equal to the 15 minutes minus the time that the appellant spoke in his initial presentation. Madam Clerk, how much time does the appellant have to rebut?
He asked to save 5 minutes, but he only spoke for 4 minutes. So technically, he does have 11 minutes left on the clock.
Does he want to, no, I think it's the other way around, right? 4 minutes remaining, I think. About 9 minutes.
So he will have 9 minutes left.
Does he not want to rebut, the appellant, please proceed with your rebuttal.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. So in response to the first question about whether or not the earlier communication that we submitted this morning, whether that was submitted, I submitted the email to cityclerk@oxnard.org. I also just forwarded that email back to the city clerk, as well as included the city clerk's email. I will say we submitted it to include information that we've submitted to the Planning Commission already, and so it doesn't really include any new substantial information. We're not trying to undermine the process. We just wanted to resubmit it to address the City Council. So I hope that clears it up, because I followed the instructions from the agenda to submit the email to the email address by 3 p.m. of the day of the meeting. And I submitted it earlier this morning at around like 10:30, 11. Second, with the potential or counsel for the applicant explained that, the MND sought to address the potential impacts that it did identify in the MND. It should be worth noting that the comments that we submitted not only reviewed the impacts that were identified in the MND, but raised additional impacts specifically related to biological resources, air quality, and noise. And so, because we raised these issues, we feel that the MND, as well as the city's response, does not adequately respond to our comments, nor do we believe that the mitigation measures that it maintains for the project will be sufficient to reduce the impacts that we did raise. Again, that is, for example, habitat loss, wildlife movement, and collisions. And, while the applicant has also mentioned that the city has discretion to interpret its laws, I think it should also be worth noting that at the Planning Commission meeting, city staff admitted and conceded that, this is a question with regard to the affordability requirement. This was a legal question that is one complex and I'm assuming has not been raised before, so much so that it also submitted a legal opinion to the Attorney General. And I looked at the Attorney General opinion's website this morning, and unfortunately that question has not been resolved yet. I anticipate that it will be resolved soon, but unfortunately it was not in time for this evening's City Council meeting. As the appellant, we do maintain our position that the issues that we raised in our comment letters constitute substantial evidence that the project may have potentially significant impacts. And again, to stress the legal standard for an MND as opposed to an EIR, it's that where there is substantial evidence of a fair argument that the project may have potentially significant environmental effects, then an EIR is required. I believe that we, throughout the administrative process, have provided that evidence, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the City Council have any questions at this time? Okay. Do you have any questions? Yeah, of the whole testimony.
I have a tremendous amount of faith in my legal staff, but the gentleman is bringing up questions that are, in my mind, are not comfortably sitting. And directed to Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher, what are your views on the last point, that there hasn't been a response from the Attorney General? What about waiting to get a response?
Do we have Ken?
So I'll ask Mr. Rozell to respond to that, but if an Attorney General opinion is pending and a decision has not been issued, then applications can't wait indefinitely until the Attorney General gets around to issuing an opinion. Sometimes that takes a very long time.
Okay.
And there is a timeline for processing land use applications.
Okay. Mr. Rozell, you want to share any additional comments?
Yes, I'd be happy to address that. We have looked at this issue very carefully. I wish that I could agree with the appellant's position because it would allow more affordable housing, but his position is simply wrong based on the current state of the law. So when you look at density bonus law, they get extra units by providing a certain number of affordable units. The issue is that state law specifically says for those bonus units, you can't require additional affordable units. So that's the current state of the law as has been interpreted by HCD and by various opinions that are out there. Our additive zone regulations do not have the kind of language that the appellant's attorney mentioned. So based on the way the law is written today, this project complies with the law. Yes, there is an AG's opinion, Attorney General's opinion. We're looking to see if they would interpret the way that density bonus law is applied in a different way that would allow more units. But right now, we don't have the discretion to provide that greater number of affordable units to require that. So it is my legal opinion that this project complies with our local law and with state law.
Thank you very much. I've learned in my time on this council and dealing with Mr. Rozell, when he states his legal opinion, he's usually 100% right. Nobody's perfect, but in my experience with Mr. Rosell, I'd be a damn fool to go against his advice. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Rosell.
Council members, any other questions on this item? Not yet. Any other questions? Councilor Turan.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm assuming staff has been taking notes and will respond when the time comes. Just for clarity of this process and to ensure that everything's been done as is prescribed for a public hearing, can we get confirmation on whether we did receive an email this morning from the appellant? He did mention right now that he went back and forwarded this morning's email right now, if I remember correctly, which if that were the case, the header of that email would show it was sent this morning and he's forwarded it now. So I'm wondering if the clerk can confirm whether we did get something sent in this morning, just so that it's clear and folks know that that happened or not.
Madam Clerk.
The email does state that it was sent at 10:39 a.m. However, it was not received at cityclerk@oxnard.org at 10:39 a.m. He did resend it this evening at 8:24 p.m. and it has been received, and I just forwarded on to the mayor, city council, our city attorney's office, our city manager, and I've also included our IT director to check into why we did not receive it at 10:39 a.m. Maybe it was caught in a filter, but it does show that it was sent on Tuesday, September 17th at 10:39 a.m. However, it was not received by the city clerk's office until tonight
At 4 plus?
at 8:24 p.m.
8:24, see, we didn't have an opportunity to, Mr. City Attorney, and to look at that at all.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Madam Clerk. And it is a little reassuring to hear from the appellant that the information was not new information. It sounds like it was information that's already been shared previously, but, and I saw that Mr. Rubin was in the room, and if there is some way to confirm, if that was sent this morning, why it wouldn't have landed at city clerk, the city clerk's email address when this one did, I'd appreciate that, just so that we can have that clear and make sure everybody's covered. So thank you.
Joe, any additional comments that you can make?
Yes, Mayor and council members, I just wanted to note that the comment letters that the appellant referenced are included in the City Council staff report in the attachments. So those were provided to the council.
Okay, well, they are included. Thank you.
Yeah, well, Mr. Abubo had stated that the submittal from this, that he says was sent this morning, that he resent a few minutes ago, substantially duplicated material that they already submitted before the Planning Commission. So that Planning Commission material ended up in your agenda materials that you received in advance of this hearing for your review.
Thank you. Any other questions, council members? If not, then I'm closing the public hearing. The hearing is
Mr. Stein, the hearing is now closed.
The hearing is now closed. Jesus. Any additional? He did submit. Okay,
Go ahead.
let him go and speak.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members and council staff. This is now another housing project that is relying on water. The issue that I spoke to earlier this evening, again, has to deal with water. Where is water coming from? City Council has not approved the plans to build the infrastructure to generate 14,000 acre-feet of recycled water. As part of the Water Quality Management Plan, 14,000 acres of recycled water is supposed to be constructed and built before all this new housing development takes place. We have a number of housing units that have already been approved and built without the water infrastructure being approved by City Council. So what's the purpose of approving housing when we have no water and the City Council refuses to fully provide funding to generate 14,000 acre-feet of great water? Again, housing projects should be put on hold until city staff has sent to City Council the full funding of the infrastructure required in the Urban Water Master Plan. Again, the Urban Water Master Plan requires 14,000 acre-feet of recycled water to be generated, and City Council has not approved the funding so that 14,000 acre-feet of recycled water can be generated. Until such time, it's my opinion that City Council should not approve any housing projects until the 14,000 acre-feet of recycled water projects have been fully funded. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. No additional speakers on this item, Madam Clerk.
We do not have any additional speakers.
Then I'm closing the public hearing. Okay, now, council members, any additional deliberation on this item? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to comment on the appellant's comment about submitting a letter. As I recall his statement when he said he submitted, that there was no new information in there that had not already been presented. So the fact that we weren't able to look at it before this doesn't sway me to want to delay this any further. When I look at land use issues, I look at our staff for direction. I look to our staff for direction. If I have questions regarding the law, Mr. Roselle is my go-to person as the resident expert on land use items. I've had other discussions on other projects with Mr. Pearson, and in my years of observing the operation of Planning Commission, I am easily convinced the Planning Commission fully vetted this project, knowing how well they work, how they do, how their actions are, that this is a good project to move forward. I'm not seeing any merits for the appeal that would cause me to delay this or grant the appeal. So at this point, I'm leaning towards denying the appeal and moving this project on down through the system.
So
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Motion? Is that a motion?
Well, I don't know if anybody else has any comments.
Any other comments on this item? If not, we need a motion.
If they don't, I would recommend staff's recommendation. I would approve or move staff's recommendations, deny the appeal. Do the zone change request and move the project forward.
We need a second. Second. Second by Councilor Matsua.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fisher, want me to?
Well, if we could maybe just read the recommendation in its entirety.
Sure.
Okay.
For you, I would be happy to do so.
Okay.
I would move that we adopt a resolution adopting final initial study mitigated negative declaration, MMD, number 24-01 for the 2151 Lockwood Street, Lockwood 3 Apartments project, Governor's Office of Planning and Research, State Clearinghouse number 202-403-30528. Second, that we introduce an ordinance by title only, waiving further reading, approving planning and zoning permit number 22-570-01, the zone change, subject to certain findings and conditions. And three, that we adopt a resolution denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's decision to grant planning and zoning permit number 22-500-04, the special use permit and planning and zoning permit number 53503, the density bonus, subject to certain conditions, certain findings and conditions.
Okay. Councilor Basua, second.
Read that number. I'm honest to God, I know what I'm talking about.
So
Apparently somewhere I put in 2 3s, so, but 3 3s? 2 3s.
2 3.
The numbers that are in the staff report are correct. Those are the numbers I'll use.
Councilor Basua, second.
I will second that motion.
Okay, is that Mayor Pro Tem, so first, second by Basua. Roll call.
Councilmember Basua?
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye.
Councilmember Perillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Tehran?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald?
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Okay, our last item is item N reports. This is Finance Department. subject, Fifth Amendment to the Tyler Technology Software as an ERP service agreement, A8767, extending the contract to 5-year term, expiring October 31, 2029. Recommendation of the City Council approve and authorize the city manager to execute the Fifth Amendment with Tyler Technologies Incorporated for an enterprise resource planning ERP software and services AAS agreement for the first renewal for a 5-year term for the amount not to exceed $5,800,000 for a new 10-year contract totaling $11,500,000. And of course, there was a Measure M presentation and as a pre-recorded presentation by our Javier Lazaro, our CE. And we do have a speaker on this item, it's Mr. Larry Stein, before Javier. Larry Stein.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, and staff. I've made numerous public record requests over the last 5 years to get financial reports from the Tyler system. Mr. Mayor, I addressed you many times in 2021 to get balance sheets from the Tyler system. You refused to ask city staff, why can't I get balance sheets? I've asked city staff to see the financial reporting tool documentation so I could use the financial reporting tool to extract data. City staff has refused to provide the user guide for the Tyler system. I've tried to use the Tyler system to extract GL entries. I've not been able to do that. I'm going to use the Tyler system to extract invoices. I've not been able to do that. I've tried to use the Tyler system to extract data for the recycled water program. I've been able to do that. I've tried to use the Tyler system to extract bond information. I've been unable to do that. So why are we spending all this money for software that doesn't work? It's been my understanding that the Tyler system could not generate a detailed trial balance for a fiscal year. Why are we spending so much money for software that doesn't seem to be working? Again, please ask the staff the questions as to why one cannot generate a detailed trial balance. Ask staff why we can't generate balance sheets. Ask staff why we cannot generate reports dealing with GL entries. Please ask these questions, or are you going to ignore me again? Thank you.
Thank you. Javier. Council members, any questions of Javier regarding this item?
Yes.
Councilman Perrello?
Yes, Mayor. I respect the ability of the public to come in and ask a question, and I know Mr. Stein has spoken with me multiple times. Can you answer any of the questions that he has? And if you can't, can you just tell us that you can't? I'm putting you in a hell of a spot. I'm not trying to do that. But I believe the gentleman or our city manager or city attorney can address the question if there's something wrong with the way the questions are being asked, if there's needs to be fine-tuned to ask them to get an answer. I'm trying to dance here as best I can, and I'm not a dancer. So can you please take a shot at it? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council Member Javier Chagoyes Lázaro, CFO for the City of Oxnard. And we also have the Assistant CFO, Mark Sewell, on the line to add additional information. The Tyler systems can generate a detailed trial balance for year end. And last year was the first fiscal year that the city produced those reports and were provided to our external auditors, and the auditors provided a clean opinion, and they also reviewed the systems. Some of the requests that we have received are not for fiscal year end, and those trial balances are not audited they're not subject to the audit because they are subject to year end entries. So those reports, they're done in the middle of the fiscal year, so to speak, may not include complete information. They are good at reference, but the information that should be reviewed will be the information for the fiscal year end, because that will include what we call in accounting year end entries They're done at the end of the fiscal year to reflect the full activity for a given fiscal year. So those reports are part of the financial statements that are audited for our auditors, and those trial balance for year end, those should be available.
Change in direction here on the PowerPoint.
Hi. Speaker, yeah.
Thank you. Change in directions. On the PowerPoint presentation, when we're talking about the fees and we're making some savings because certain items we don't need, if I'm reading this correct, we've made some cuts because certain things we don't need. Are any of the things that we are not going to be pursuing going forward on this chart something that would have addressed the question that the public speaker brought up a little easier? Or it's something that basically we don't need anymore and there's no use spending something that we don't need?
So the fees that are included in that table, if I understand the question, include fees for parts of the system that we're currently using related to the financial system. There are parts that we've been developing to implement, and the next one is going to be the human capital management section. And these fees also are assuming that we're going to be implemented all additional modules of the system. With the next one, so those fees are for everything that we are planning to be using for the city.
Okay, thank you. As my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's nothing that we are not going to use or that we are going to get that would prevent the gentleman from getting the information he's asking, but the timing of his ask and the availability of the numbers are not meshing? Because I think he asked for specific reports in past year. Would this information be available with this, this item on the agenda? Particularly, I know one that is near and dear to his heart. The issues with recycled water. He's asked for various things on recycled water. Are you the wrong person to be asking that question of the numbers of the recycled water?
We will have to look into the more detail.
Okay, that's the most that and I greatly appreciate that response.
Councilmember,
thank you.
My apologies for interrupting, but my understanding is that Mr. Stein has been given a lot of information by Public Works, by our city attorney, and on many issues, and unfortunately, he continues to ask for more information, and we just continue to provide, and my understanding is taking a tremendous amount of staff time to give that information to Mr. Stein, and he's still not satisfied, unfortunately.
I have also experienced that. Larry, a very detail-oriented guy.
Yeah.
And I've also experienced that. But if it was some other individual asking the same questions, I want to be able to make sure that we give that individual the same answer we're giving Mr. Stein. That's all. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just an observation, and Mr. Fisher, if I get this wrong, let me know. But the Public Records Act requires us to disclose documents that are in our possession. It does not require us to compile that information in a different form at the request of the person seeking the information. So when people submit a Public Records Act, we provide them what we have, but we're under no obligation to compile it into a different format at the requester's request. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think more to what the CFO was stating earlier, Mr. Stein appears to be asking for reports that don't yet exist. So it's not even recompiling, it's putting together a report that the city isn't creating in the normal course of its business. As the CFO stated, there's a year-end report that is utilized, but not the report that Mr. Stein appears to be asking for.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, if there's no further discussion, I would move the recommended action. Oh, I'm sorry.
Councilman Turan?
I'll second it if that's.
We've got a first and a second, but go ahead and comment, Councilman Turan.
Thank you. Just a quick thing on the item itself, and I don't know if Mr. Rubin wants to take this question or if our CFO would take it, but just regarding the actual amendment that we have here in front of us, the bulk of the anticipated cost for the next 5 years lies in what's called or referred to as software as a service. And just so the public can hear what that is, and I know that's the backbone of what this Tyler system is, I'm hoping that we can just get an explanation for the public to understand in layman's terms what software as a service is and why that's the bulk of the cost that we have here for this system.
I'm going to try to explain, but basically that's the price that we have to pay for using the software. Those are and it's not just like, sometimes we can think of a software like the Microsoft Windows that we have installed in our computer. This is much bigger. And it has multiple, we can call modules that impact multiple things that we do in the city. So far, we have implemented what we call a financial model that allows us to record financial transactions, pay our vendors, do procurement through contracts, purchase orders, purchase requisitions. And so that's one part of these service fees. There's going to be another section of the service fees that are going to be paying for a model where it's going to help the city to track everything that is related to staff, time entries, master data for employees, and allow us to process payroll for all the employees. There's going to be another section of that software that is helping to process everything related to planning and licensing fees. There's going to be another model of those fees that are going to help us to implement a comprehensive asset management plan to keep track of all the assets of the city, the maintenance, the replacement. And the last portion of the Tyler software is going to help us to implement a new utility billing system for all the, allowing to compile all the reading for all the water meters and allow for the billing to the city residents that are customers of the utility system for water, sewer, and environmental resources invoices. So all those different components of that software is what is going to be included in those service fees.
Great, thank you very much. That's actually a great explanation, and I appreciate you making it relatable for the general public as well, where Microsoft Office is a great example where it used to be you could buy an actual CD-ROM and you own that until you wanted to upgrade years later to the next version of that. But now, as a service, you subscribe to it and annually you pay for the privilege of using that software. And I think that's a business model that most tech companies have gone toward. To finish that, I was trying to think of a way to conceptualize this or put it into somebody's home. And I would imagine that Google as a service, for example, you can purchase Blink cameras, which I believe are owned or run by Google. And then you have Google Nest, you have the cameras on your outside of your home, which could be Google as well. And then you can get thermostats as well as some home assistant AI software to help you run those. And at the same time, you can also have YouTube TV instead of Spectrum or Frontier, which is also owned by Google. And so Google's the backbone of everything that runs in your house electronically, essentially, where the Tyler Munis system is the backbone of what we have in the city for finance, as you mentioned, also soon to be HR, payroll, our IT services. It's going to span all of the gamut of our departments in the city. So thank you very much. Much appreciated.
And the bottom line is we're bringing the antiquated system that the city's had for years and years and run up to date. So everybody can communicate with the same system. And I think it's important that we continue to do that. Thank you. We got a first by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilor Perello. Roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Besua?
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye.
Councilmember Perello?
Yes, and I would like to thank Councilmember Tehran for that last explanation. That was helpful to me. Thank you.
Councilmember Tehran?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald?
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. That's our last item. We are adjourned. Thank you.